before we move to Mr. Rossiter, just a minor housekeeping matter on the timetable. As a recirculated version came through last night, and we've noticed it's got quite a few gaps tomorrow afternoon and Thursday morning. So I was just proposing, we're absolutely fine to stick with this timetable, but was just testing whether there would be any movement to bring submitters forward. It looks like we're going to have all of tomorrow afternoon and Thursday morning with no.
Yeah, there is a gap. It's going to be a matter of whether those submitters are available and what their commitments are, and also provides us an opportunity to undertake a further site visit.
No, that's fine. I just thought I'd raise it in case there was a desire to bring those forward, but we're happy to work with that if that's the preference. And maybe that there's other commitments that mean that they're locked in, and likewise council staff too.
Yeah.
We don't. I just raise it. I don't think we need to progress it right now.
No, it is a gap though. That's an obvious gap.
Yeah.
Do you want to? Okay, we'll have a chat about that at morning tea. Yeah.
As I say, no problem if it stays as it is. I just sort of test in case there was a way we could condense things a little bit. Right, I'll pass to Mr.
Okay, just before we do, just confirm that we went to the site yesterday evening and spent a bit of time there observing the traffic. Commissioner, you went down to the lights on Beeley Ave as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that gave us the opportunity to observe what was happening in the early peak anyway.
Right. Thank you.
Right. Thank you.
Good segue to Mr. Rossiter. Like similar to other witnesses, has prepared a summary statement.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Rossiter.
Morning. I thought before I moved on to my summary statement, there were a couple of transport matters that got raised through some of your questions just now. I'll try and respond to some of those. I may not get to all of them, but just clarification. One, the bus routes in the area, the 91, which runs down Madras, is an express. There are no bus stops there. As far as I'm aware, the only thing that's likely to change to the 91 is there'll be more of them in the future.
Yeah.
Waimakariri has got an increased demand for those commuter express services. The 44, which runs on Barbados, is a 30-minute service during the day, so it's wouldn't meet the normal definition of a high-frequency service.
That's on Barbados, sorry.
Yeah.
And there, I can see it in your reporting, but the bus stops on Barbados are at the intersection with Purchase, aren't they? Which is
the summer Purchase and some
and on the discussion we had yesterday, that sort of sits just within that 400 metres.
They're in that sort of 400 to 500 metres if you look at the Purchase one and the Cannon one, which is at the northern end.
Yeah. Thank you.
You had a question also about servicing routes that the supermarket would use. The way that the Northern Access has been designed, it will accommodate rigid vehicles from either direction. But the larger truck and trailer units will only approach from the south. That sort of reflects the way the supermarkets are generally serviced. And a servicing route linking the wider network of sort of supermarkets across the eastern Christchurch area. There is no reason for any truck to be travelling down from the north, and it's not practical.
Yeah, so those are those articulated ones.
Equally, it's not practical for service vehicles to really be using Purchase Street, Cannon Street to connect to Madras.
Yes.
Because of all the traffic calming that council's implemented to create the lower speed.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm really having trouble hearing. When would Mr. Rossiter be able to speak?
Apologies.
Sorry. Can I just ask a quick question there? When you say truck and trailers, that's the B train for non-trucker people, the B train?
A B train is strictly a different vehicle to a
Is
truck
it?
and trailer. Truck and trailer only has one link.
Okay.
B train has two.
But they will all be coming, they'll be all heading north off
Come off
Beeley.
off Beeley,
And
go
then-
north, right into the site.
And then where do they go
They'll go left out of the site,
back down to Beeley?
back down to
Okay.
Beeley.
Yeah.
So given the larger size, the routes, well, I can't say exactly what routes they'll follow, the focus will be arterial roads,
Get on to Beeley and then.
Which entry?
north end, they'll use the north entry.
Yeah.
North entry.
And in terms of, I mean, obviously it sounds like this is how it will happen just from a practical point of view, but in terms of conditions, is this something that could be included in a servicing management plan or something, or just?
Probably question for the chair. I don't think it'd be necessary for there to be a condition, or if there was a condition relating to servicing, it would be more related to times of delivery rather than the routes. I think the other question that came up was was to do with the sort of 400 metre and 800 metre sort of accessibility distances. The 400 metre is notionally a 5-minute walking time. That's for an able-bodied person. And when you look at a lot of the design guidance that's around, 800 metres has become more the accepted norm for a key destination, and I would put the supermarket in that sort of category. When we're looking at public transport, 800 metres or even 1200 is sort of accepted when it's to a high frequency service.
So that's walkability to a bus stop basically is a standard sort of 8 to 1200 metres.
I think, where you're looking at a high frequency service, people are more prepared to walk further is what's typically accepted. But from memory, the active mode share, it's low single digit percentages. But I think you've actually got to look at any supermarket in the context of the local environment. So in this instance, consider some examples of supermarkets I'm familiar with. So my nearest one, which is a Fresh Choice, is nearly 2 kilometres from my house, so I wouldn't walk, but I would cycle. But equally, it's small and it would get used for a top-up shop and more often as a car trip, as a side movement. I would say that gets, because of its position within the village centre, if it's a sunny day and some night, you'll get a lot of people walking because they're walking off the beach and just using it as a shop. But a lot of the time, you would probably just see a little bit of walking and a small amount of cycling. If you looked at a bigger supermarket, such as Countdown, Woolworths, in Ferrymead, the nearest residential housing to there is probably nearly 1 kilometre away. In my experience, you very rarely see people walking. I have never seen a cycle parked outside of the shop. I can't say that people don't cycle, but I would say it'd be a very low percentage. I have seen people getting on a bus with a small amount of shopping, but not a large amount. So again, it's the context.
There's a bus stop right outside.
There is one within 100 metres of the door.
So is it really around the receiving environment that these supermarkets are located in? Because I know the Ferrymead one as well, and
Yeah.
it's a long way from anywhere, but this one obviously will be very
I think it's,
residential, so would that increase, and you talked about the active mode here, but in terms of something that was sort of briefly touched on yesterday is around, people using e-bikes and scooters and things like that. Do you see
I think e-bikes does sort of change the range at which people are prepared to cycle, and e-bikes, certainly a lot of the more commuter-based ones are coming with carrier bags, so it becomes practical to do a small amount of shopping. It's easy to put it on a bike and carry it. I think when you, just trying to think of another way of looking at that sort of mode share that you might capture in that residential environment, and if we said crudely that there was a 2 kilometre circle around the supermarket site, that's I think close to 12 square kilometres of area that people might go to the supermarket. If you looked at our walking distance of, let's say, 4 to 5, even 500 metres, that's less than 1 kilometre out of that more than 12. So that gives you a scale of percentage. You're going to be down probably around the 6% mark broadly where people are likely to use an active mode. So in this instance, where we've got residential development close around there, it opens up a lot of opportunity for people to walk.
Right, just some other note.
Yeah. So I'll move on to my summary statement. So paragraph 4. Primary matters of contention raised through the submissions and in the 42A report are the traffic generation and effects, parking supply, site access and queuing space, and the configuration of Madras Street. If we look at traffic generation, the submissions on the traffic generation focus on the change in traffic volumes compared with the current situation rather than what could occur under the current zoning. My analysis of the traffic generation suggests that the development...
My apologies.
Traffic directions.
I'm checking how many houses are within a kilometre of Ferrymead.
Right.
Woolworths, actually.
Okay.
Sorry.
Google Maps is interrupting, my apologies.
My analysis of traffic generation suggests that development of the currently undeveloped land in accordance with the zone rules could result in 450 to 500 vehicle movements per hour during the evening peak. Based on my investigations for the Woolworths proposal, it's likely to generate around 500 during the weekday evening peak. While this is higher, I do not consider that the traffic effects would be different. In fact, they should be very similar. The traffic flows on Madras Street are strongly platooned during the weekday evening peak. The platooning generates alternate periods of largely unconstrained movement from side roads or driveways, with periods where turning movements are not possible. The primary effect of this is that vehicles wanting to turn into Madras Street, either at a driveway or a side road, are subject to widely variable delays, as this is strongly influenced by their arrival time with respect to a platoon. Within the supermarket car park, this effect will contribute to short queues of traffic on the exit lanes, but these will clear in the gaps between the platoons. My analysis of the effects of the development traffic on the wider network indicates that this would not contribute to any noticeable effects because of the existing wide variation in delays experienced by drivers. Moving on to parking. The Woolworths design standards provide sufficient parking at its supermarkets to meet anticipated demands in all but the busiest weeks of the year. Since the site layout provides a parking supply rate of 4.2 spaces per 100 square metres of gross floor area, which exceeds the 85th percentile demand for supermarkets at 3.9. I consider that the car park is appropriately sized and the potential for any overflow is small and would be limited to those busiest weeks of the year, typically the run up to Christmas. There are multiple submissions relating to staff parking. Woolworths aims to provide as much flexibility as possible with its parking in terms of users. However, where there's a need to reduce movements of parking spaces for safety reasons, such as locations close to entrances, spaces will be marked for staff use only. And in my opinion, this represents a practical approach to maintaining a high level of parking while reducing the risk of crashes in those locations. And the number of marked spaces has been increased in the latest revision of the plans. In terms of site access, site access design has been updated in response to comments within the 42A report to increase the queuing space and to reduce the overall width of the northern crossing. With these alterations, I consider there's no reason why the accessways could not operate safely and efficiently. Moving on to Madras Street. The vehicle access is proposed via two driveways to Madras Street. I would expect the southern driveway to attract more entry movement than the northern driveway due to the highly directional nature of the flows on Madras Street. Departures from the car park will be more evenly distributed because the driveways, because this will be more strongly influenced by where someone parks within the car park. And since the northbound flows on Madras Street are platooned, we have included, or the proposal includes provision for alterations to the line markings to create a flush central median strip to provide space for right-turning vehicles to stop clear of traffic. 2 metre wide median can be created by removing the parking lane on the eastern side of the road without any alterations to the existing traffic lane or cycle lane widths, which was one of the concerns that's raised in the 42A report. Although the width of the median is below the desirable width of 2.5 metres set out in the Traffic Control Devices Manual, and it's also the width preferred by Mr Collins in his submission, it is still well above the minimum width of 1 metre and is sufficient for a light vehicle to stop clear of through traffic. I had noted that Mr Collins' interpretation of the table in the Austroads guide is potentially incorrect, because that clearly states that the 6 metre median width for a shelter and right turn vehicle is based on a 3.5 metre traffic lane with a 2.5 metre raised median for the signal pole.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is an opportunity to talk about that a little bit in terms of, and I may have other questions in my list in that regard, but what's your view on obviously there's the combined effect of and also we've got this figure 1 here coming up, but the combined the combined width that would be needed with the median and the adjacent traffic lane to allow for that potential for a bit of shy distance to the oncoming traffic flow, for the car to wait and for a car to come through safely and not to be moving into the cycle lane? What's that overall, the sort of combined median and traffic lane width?
I'm aware that when we look at two-way movement, minimum width normally in a car park is 5.5 metres. Here with the median and the traffic lane, we would have 5.2. But we do have a very wide cycle lane as well. And I think there is a balance to be had here in terms of the width. If we push the median out, then we're still creating we're not generating any side friction to try and keep people's speeds down. So that it's a fine balance, I think, between the two. I accept that we need 2.5 if we want to mark a right turn bay, and without moving the curb lines, achieving 2.5 means making other lanes narrow, and we end up with probably too many minimums, which is part of the reason I now prefer the 2 metre sort of option. Widening the road, I think if you start getting into widening the road and the carriageway, then there are other opportunities, and you would probably do widen by more than just a half metre.
So your preferred cross section includes the 5 points, so the 2 plus the 3.2 for that. So if we've got, you can correct me if you've got a different, but we might expect a half a metre shy distance, because the oncoming traffic lane is also about 3.2. So, the car, it's not a generous traffic lane width, it's a fairly standard.
It's a standard width now in Christchurch and has been for quite a while.
Yeah.
But I look at the 3.2. If we look at 2 lanes, currently you've got 6.4 for the 2 lanes, and that the car width, typical car width at the moment is 1.9 for an 85th percentile. So at 1.9, you've still got 600 mil clearance either side of that. So there is quite a lot of space, within that lane to be clear of a car that's in a 2 metre, it's parked centrally in the median. So there's plenty of shine. Even without using the southbound traffic lane, there is generous clearance.
I think there will be my expectation is that there would be a shy distance to the oncoming traffic, so you would have a half a metre. The car 1.9 would be sat slightly, partially into the traffic lane because they're wanting to keep clear of the oncoming flow. So you'd then have, if you had a half metre and then the 1.9, we're up to 2.4.
In my opinion, I don't think people would, if you've got a median that is 2 metres wide, people will park in the middle they'll park into that median. They won't park across the right-hand edge. But that's where they'll go. That's what they're accustomed to using. Yeah. It's a common configuration for roads.
Yeah.
So that's where I would see them sitting. If there was any protrusion of the car, it would be into the northbound lane, not to the southbound.
Yes.
But even then, if there was a small amount, there is still plenty of space within the traffic lane to go past that, without using the cycle lane.
And while we're on the cross section, which is a key part of what I think we need to discuss anyway, is your view on the cycle lane. Obviously, we've got cycle lanes at the moment which are adjacent to parking, and there's a need to have a a bit of extra width because of the car door, car door opening into the cycle lanes. What's your view on an absolute minimum cycle lane width when there isn't park? So when the parking goes along the supermarket frontage, what would be your view as to what a minimum, absolute minimum, and then the desirable?
I think when you look at the southbound lane, if there's no parking next to it, a 1.6 metre lane would be adequate, because there's no risk. I appreciate that the council standard now is for a 1.8, and we do generally try to provide a 1.8.
With that, when there isn't parking, or
yeah, even without parking, but it's not the same everywhere across the district.
No.
In this instance, I wasn't involved in the design for the street, and I'm not sure why there was a decision to make the northbound cycle lane wider than the southbound one. There is our drawings on the street, there is a slight difference in the width. Council, when those lanes were marked, will have chosen to mark the parking lanes at 2 metres, which is below what they had originally. If we think historically it would have been 2.5, they've gradually come down, and more, we've gone to 2.2s, 2.1s to try and encourage people to park next to curbs. But of course, once you get to a 2 metre now, that's part of the reason that I think in some of the submissions that it's just like there are some vehicles or larger vehicles will extend at that width into the cycle lane. So it's a balance in terms of the overall configuration of the road. And I look at it and think having the parked vehicles is part of your friction, and in driving north or south, there is an expectation that drivers show due respect for all other road users. That is a key part of the road code. So even if there was a wider vehicle within the median that partially obstructed the traffic lane, and the driver wants to continue forward and has to use part of the cycle lane, well, they're entitled to briefly. But equally, if there's a cyclist present, I wouldn't expect them to just drive straight across into a cyclist, because that's not showing due respect. So it's a balance in terms of that movement.
Yeah, and certainly, I mean, I think there's photographs through the documentation, and our observation was that, cars do park quite, there's pretty good parking actually, people parking pretty close into the curb, but there is still some encroachment into the cycle lane from the park, which is inevitable. So it would,
So there's a balance here in terms of at the moment the cross section I put forward with the 2 metre was just based on retaining the cycle lane widths exactly as they are. If you were to marginally reduce the width of the southbound cycle lane, then you could put some of that width either into the parking lane if you felt, or into the median. Yeah, but it's small differences in each case.
Yeah, that's good. And I know you're going to mention figure 1 in a minute, but that it looks to me like that width is, looking at those vehicles in that traffic lane, looks to me like that the traffic lane coming down the page is probably considerably more than 3.2 metres wide.
Okay, so just moving on to figure 1. I did just check some measurements of Canterbury maps this morning on here. So the carriageway width, curb to curb, is reported as 14 metres. So almost identical to what we've got with Madras. The median on there is 2 metres wide. The the southbound lane on here, which looks wide, is 4.9 metres. But there are no cycle lanes
Yeah.
marked on Pierce
Yeah.
Street. But at 4.9, that's actually 3.1 traffic lane and a 1.8 cycle lane width equivalent. So the
Yes.
configuration is actually almost identical to what we are suggesting could be adopted on Madras Street.
That's useful, thank you for doing that. And I guess that, again, still on this cross-section, I can see through the, I had questions about the berm widths, and I can see, I think we've got 3 metres each side, with the footpath
Yes.
in, Thank you.
Can you start telling me where Pierce Street is? I can't place.
It's sort of Upper Rickerton.
Okay, and what's its function of Pierce Street? Is it arterial or?
It's part of the inner ring road network. I'm not sure it's classified as an arterial or a collector, but it's probably a minor arterial, given it's carrying around 18,000 vehicles a day.
And is it a supermarket,
That's New World Supermarket.
New World? And there, so there we've got I suppose the southern driveway, is that going through to a goods at the back?
I'm not sure how their servicing operates.
Okay, but we've got 2 lanes, we've got the left and right separated there on that driveway. And then on the other driveway, we've got an entry, and then is that just saying got a left out only?
Yeah, I wasn't involved in the consenting for this supermarket, but with the much higher traffic volumes on Pierce Street,
Yes.
they're almost double
Yeah.
what we've got on Madras.
Yeah.
I would anticipate there would be a need for a separate
Bit-
queuing space for right turn
Yeah.
vehicles.
Okay, thank you.
So probably completes my summary statement, so happy to take questions. Other aspects of the transport.
Now, I have got questions that I go back into the TIA and, so I don't, just as, you've probably not got those in front of you.
I've got my evidence, I haven't got the ITA in front of me. But I won't be able to answer them.
I mean, I think so, it's just and I can start with some which don't, so in terms of the light flows on Madras Street southbound, am I right that that's because of this, we've got you can only turn left out onto Beeley at the bottom?
That's
So it's just, it doesn't serve people's...
You just can't, it doesn't fit with southbound movement, so people will be taking alternate routes and most of that southbound movement, there'll be a little bit with people going to Purchase Street for residential, but I think if you're moving to get to the southbound route, you've got to move across to Barbados. So people will be taking different routes.
Yeah.
That the volumes of southbound movement and the turning movements when you get down to Beeley are quite low.
Yeah, and there's no reason for that to change, is there? There's no.
If the supermarket goes in, there will be a small change in that because you might get a little bit of diverted traffic if people choose to come from Beeley up to the supermarket and then back down. But that will be quite a small percentage.
Yeah, that's good. And so this in the TIA talks about traffic volumes on Purchase Street of about 2,300 and 2,400, depending on which side you are, per day. And I'm just, based on the traffic activity of the supermarket, the amount of activity coming in and out of the supermarket is going to be potentially similar or more on a daily basis.
Would be higher.
Yeah, so it would be higher. And then following on from that, then the rationale for having vehicle accesses rather than forming intersections or an intersection, or
I think that's always a fine balance in terms of what emphasis you want to put on the vehicle movement and what emphasis you put on pedestrian movement. My preference here is to try and promote, the pedestrian movement, so we work with crossings rather than an intersection form. I think if you formed either of the accesses as full intersections, then your pedestrian paths become quite convoluted. You have to take them quite a long way in, and I think it gives the wrong signal for the road.
Let's ask one question of clarification. Is there a, in terms of, and I'm looking at Pier Street, which looks similar in terms of the central pedestrian access, etc. But is there a pedestrian shelter proposed there in the mid-block or not?
We discussed it early on when we were looking at concept designs, and we discounted it at the time because we didn't think it would generate enough, there would be enough central demand to warrant putting it in, particularly when you've already got an island at Purchase Street and another one at Cannon Street. So really the only people that would use, or would be likely to use that crossing, would be residents immediately on the opposite side. So it was a balance. So I wouldn't say don't do it, because it's always good to have more, but I don't think it would see a lot of use.
And what's that based on, that it wouldn't see a lot of use? Just,
I think when you try and look at the routes that people would come, so if you were going to be anyone travelling from the west, so if you were travelling from Purchase Street west, come up to Madras Street where you've got a crossing at Purchase Street, so you can cross the road and walk up to the supermarket, so why there's no need to go a little way up Madras and then cross immediately in front. I think if you were coming from Cannon Street west, there's a little bit more of a case for it, because the crossing's on the north side, so it's a little bit of an indirect route. So yes, there is a little bit of a case for it, but it's not a strong case.
thank you.
I note the sort of road safety assessment goes up to 2023. Are you aware of anything in the last 18 months? So,
I thought I had updated that when I went through on my evidence.
but yeah.
I'm not aware of anything more recent.
And in terms of the design of the northern driveway, I've just been kind of flicking through. I think that I've got a plan that's in the was attached to your evidence sheet.
Yes.
So, would this be is that the right, or is there
No, that was not today.
that's been updated?
that probably reflects what was in the
prior to the narrowing.
Yeah.
So where should I look for the, on,
That's achieved.
on, so basically, well, this plan that we've got is going to have this,
So, yeah, that one's correct.
yeah, okay. So,
That's attachment D to your evidence and sheet.
Yeah.
so we've got, and I suppose in a way helps me, it's looking at maybe a combination of the two, recognising that this has been superseded, but presumably some of the elements are still the same as,
The key difference is that you've got a longer landscape strip going all the way into the site, so the right turn that was possible initially
yes,
has been removed.
yeah,
So that was indirect response to the 42A response and to increase our queuing space.
yeah,
It will have a small influence on the way people circulate around the car park, but it has actually also resulted in some additional parking within the site.
yeah. And then in terms of the design, we've got an exit lane which is for left and right out,
Yes.
and then a sort of a flush median or within the site which is there to allow for the truck paths.
Yeah, two things happened with the sort of change in design by removing that right turn in. We were able to move the exit lane a little bit further south, so it created more space within the site for the crossing, which had so it's narrower at the boundary, but it also meant we can manage the truck exit movement far better. The truck exiting from the site will still need to use the whole road.
Yeah.
As I mentioned earlier, there is potentially a case for a condition to limit the times at which servicing can happen. But equally, as you'll have seen from the flows, the nature of the flows, and particularly during the day, where they'll be lighter than you would have seen last night, but even with those big flows, if a truck was turning left, it would be able to do so quite comfortably in the gaps between platoons.
So then, in terms of the median, so the median is just marked within the site, and then so no other markings
Not beyond,
within
not on
within
the footpaths. No.
no, and so I think you talk about, is it 11? What's the width at the boundary was that 11 metres or?
I think it ended up with 11. Eleven or very close to it.
Yeah, no, that's, and do you think, I mean, pedestrians going across there, do you think would they get any shelter from that median, or do you think they'll treat it?
I think you would walk straight across there.
Yeah, so they would treat it as a single crossing, yeah. Okay, and through details, because we've got that quite a strong flare to accommodate the truck, the edge. Oh, I suppose it's going to be flush though, isn't it?
What happened when we did the drawings that were within the application, which showed a very long flare. At that point, we were trying to accommodate a left turn without crossing the median. Whereas I think in order to get that a narrower crossing to meet council would like in shorter drop curve, you have to accept that these larger vehicles will need to turn and use more of the road than we normally do. I think in this location where there is ample opportunity for the trucks to turn. That's not an unreasonable thing for the truck drivers to do.
And the signalling of vehicle space and pedestrian will be presumably concrete vehicle crossing, and at the moment it's a hot mix.
It will be it's a detailed design, but
but there will be a
heavy duty crossing, probably concrete through there.
Yeah. Okay, and then I'm interested in your view on whether would there be any need for any pavement testing or anything in terms with, you know, Madras Street's obviously a collector road. It's carrying traffic going to and fro. In your view, is there any risk of damage to the pavement from having trucks turning? You know, we're accommodating now a different vehicle and a turn.
I am not a pavement engineer, but given the road's function, I would have thought its design should be appropriate for accommodating trucks.
Including
turning?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, can I just clarify, in terms of the crossing the medium line turning out, that's just for the large trucks? That's just for only the
large truck. The rigid truck can turn quite comfortably.
And when we've been out there, I've noticed some of the condition of Madras Street immediately alongside the site frontage, where potentially the cycle lane would go, is a bit average.
I think as part of any works going through here, there is potential need for some resurfacing, but I think that, again, it's an engineering approval process.
With an expectation that Woolworths would be doing everything right there.
Because there will be works to form the two crossings. There's going to have to be some resealing of the surface through that area. If that extended to the section of road between the crossing, I would see that as part of the natural part of the works, particularly as we're looking at modifying the paint markings over a sort of 150 metre section of road.
Yes.
So there is potentially some opportunity for some minor improvements to be done at the same time.
Yeah. Sorry?
Can I just ask clarification while you Can I just ask
Yeah, sure, sorry.
No, that's fine. Just in terms of diverted trips, how are they counted, if you like? Because obviously in a diversion means that they're going to this location when they wouldn't normally be, is that correct?
That is correct. I think there isn't a simple way to say how people will divert. You know, I think part of this comes down, you know, when you look at the bigger economics. Diverted trips and the assessment really depends upon the area that you look at. So all trips to supermarkets are actually driven by households. So it's not the supermarket that generates, the supermarket is just the attractor. It meets the demand for a supermarket trip. So within any given area, houses will go to a supermarket of their choice, which will be influenced by branding, purpose, distance, travel times, and ease of access. When you put a new supermarket in, if there's no change in housing, the number of supermarket trips on the network doesn't change. They just go to a different, you know, you've given them a new option, so there is some redistribution. So if someone chooses, even for a top-up shop, for the sake of example, chooses not to go to Edgware and choose to come to this site, then that would potentially generate a diverted trip pattern. Sometimes a diverted trip pattern's easier to think of it as, I know when we talk about a pass-by trip, we talk about people just literally, you turn in off the road and go straight in. Diverted trip is really the same thing, but it's normally involves more than just the frontage road. So if someone was travelling east on Beeley and decided to go up to the store, it happened to fit in with their travel pattern, then that would really be it's a diversion from their primary trip.
So diversions, so those vehicles are on the wider network, but the diverted vehicles are on the local network, local frontage.
So the pass-by trip is literally a vehicle that is already on Madras Street and goes into the supermarket, so it doesn't add anything new to the wider movement. Diverted trip is trips that are on the wider network but choose to modify their trip to come to the store rather than another store.
All right, thank you, sorry.
Regarding the on-site loading area, I can see that there's the 30-metre truck turning circle, and I can see how a truck would enter and be able to turn, but I can't see anything that shows how it would exit. Having those largest.
I did a bit of digging. I'm not sure why this drawing didn't find its way into the ITA. We will be able to show an electronic copy, but it was done at an early during the development of the site later.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to share this just for reference. And I'm sorry, it's that in black and white. My print dropped over. So the truck comes in, it does a right turn initially,
Okay.
and then swings around.
Yes.
So it's perhaps
It's doing it counterintuitive. Yeah, I was
doing
like,
it the way.
yeah.
So it's going
It's doing this. Yeah.
So we can.
Yeah. If you provide that, then that.
So I have noticed on here the retail space that's shown on this drawing is subtly different to the one that's on the latest drawing.
Yes.
Just because there's a storage area on the corner.
Yeah.
That's been added.
Yeah. And well, thank you for digging that out.
Can I just jump in there in terms of, I'd hate for a truck driver not to know that that's what they have to do, and if they went straight in, and then it'd be hard getting them out. Do you think there needs to be some sort of, and we'll talk about conditions probably later, but you know, how's food Woolworths going to ensure truck drivers know what to do? Because presumably you get different truck drivers, different companies and things like that. Is there going to be some sort of manual and guide, signage, wayfinding?
Probably a question more for Mr. Shower.
Yeah.
I can probably answer that.
Yeah.
If it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Sure. So, firstly, in terms of the larger trucks, those are the 3 odd movements a day. Those all come from our distribution centres, and look, there are many plans that operational manuals for our store team, for our logistics staff, so that naturally forms part of the induction process, regardless of whether resource consent requirements. There are also suppliers come from non-Woolworths distribution centres, but all of those would be on rigid trucks, so there would be ample room for them.
Oh, the smaller ones. So only the large trucks that require that.
For something like this, I would anticipate, and it's more an operating, but quite often you'd end up putting an extra line mark or even an arrow, so it's quite clear to provide the drivers with the guidance, because this is a very tight site. So having the guidance for that initial right turn for the driver is actually beneficial. And once they've made that, then it's the drivers are competent. They can turn around quite comfortably. It is a generous space, that's 30 metres. given that the normal requirement for a truck is a 25 metre turning circle, so we've got another 5 metres here.
No, that's good. I'm just thinking about the practical.
Can I just ask one more question, and it's Andrew, and you may have spoken about it yesterday, but the large trucks, they're owned and operated by Woolworths, are they, or are they operated by independent contractors?
There could be a contract arrangement with certain transportation companies, but they would be, I guess, we would have direct control of their distribution route.
Thank you.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Ross.
Okay, so my next question is, I've used the TIA figure 6.2 as a reference, which is basically the driveway turning volumes. I'm not.
I think that they would have been updated,
Okay,
slightly modified, but very similar within my evidence.
Yeah. And so. Yeah, and I think my observations of the platoons is pretty much what you've said, and for simplicity, an overall say cycle time. I mean, I know it's a bit less than 2 minutes, but that's for the maths. It's so we've pretty much got 30 cycles in an hour of this pattern. That so in terms of the turning in at the southern driveway, we might get 5 vehicles in a cycle, or
No, don't bear in mind that the turning in is turning from within the platoon.
yeah,
So actually, if we've got 30, it could be 5 might go in.
yeah,
And then the exit movements will only start after that.
yeah. And on these flows, we had it. Yeah, I've got about 125 combined left and right. Given that the left turns are going to get caught up in the right turn.
Some of them will. It's because of the left turns. Any left turn will. The vehicle at the front of the queue will always be a right turner, because if there's a left turner there, he would have gone.
Yes.
It's very unlikely to have been held up.
Yeah, yeah. And so then with 125, we've got, and doing this dividing by 30, we've got 4 or 5 going out in, so that's right. And your assessment is that if we've got the 35 seconds or thereabouts of clear time, which some of that will get taken possibly with a...
There'll be a little bit will go towards from the other south drive.
The right turning, clearing.
So, but looking at all of these, there will be a balance between the two in terms of which way people go in and out, and what will happen. Well, even on 30 seconds, that's still 10. The 3 second headway, that's still 10 vehicles that could get into that sort of flow. So there is quite a.
So because this is another. Consideration was the fact that because they don't just get to flow straight out, because it's a cross, they're still going to move forward, stop, check the road, even though it's going to be pretty clear. And you're saying that you think
that's what comes through in the modelling at the moment. And just like with the standard headways that you'd come out of, which is. I'm just saying, even at 3 seconds, which is longer than I think the Sidra models used by their default for that follow-up headway. There's ample time for these vehicles to clear.
Yeah, and you don't think there's any need for separating the left and right turn?
I don't think there is here. The difficulty would be. If we did start to separate it, now we're making the driveway even wider again. Suddenly we're adding another 3 metres to the crossing lengths, when we've had quite a clear signal from council.
Yeah.
make it narrower.
So you're preferring to deliver better pedestrian amenity at the expense of some queuing within the site?
Yeah, and here, because any left turners will generally be able to turn straight out, as soon as the left turn arrives, their delay for turning is going to be very low. So I'd see them clearing very quickly. It is an option, particularly with the northern driveway. If we allocated our sort of painted strip to, if we mark that as a right turn bay, then the difficulty you have is you've now not got as much, you haven't got the clearance in for a truck turning in from the right. It's fine for the exit because the truck would just sit there and will straddle that in the left turn lane. But there is space within that landscaping. We could in principle do it at the northern one. We couldn't do it at the south, that configuration. But I think what will happen is people, again, I look at my own experience going Ferrymead, which has got 2 very large driveways, but even the volumes there, even if I want to turn left, okay, traffic engineering me, I go to the northern driveway even though I want to go left, because if I go to the southern driveway, I get blocked by all the people turning left out of the north driveway.
Yeah.
So there's an element of self-balancing and learning which one is easier to turn out of, and that will happen. At the moment, I've just assumed that it will be fairly even. But
So you think there'll be some element of regular use of the site, because people will get used to what works for them. And do you think that also will include this developing an understanding around the platoon? Because the resident, people who live on the street, they live with this every day. It's become part of the condition. Do you think that shoppers will also get used to?
I think you get used to that sort of thing very quickly. I was out observing traffic on another road where there is also strong platooning behaviour on both directions. And when you look at the people using the side roads, you can see how people are adjusting their behaviour to manage the high volumes and the platooning nature. So, like this particular case, I was looking on Garland's Road. Some drivers would choose to turn left and then U-turn rather than do a longer way to do a right turn, and it's quite clear that won't happen here because we've only got platoons in one direction.
I'm sorry, sir, but I cannot hear it even with my hearing aids.
Okay, if you can just speak up a little bit more.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Apologies.
In terms of the traffic flow analysis, I can see you've included an existing flows for Madras Street. You've looked at what will be some additional flows and combined those two. Have you taken into consideration any background traffic growth that might occur, in terms of infill and intensification of residential?
I haven't in this case. There will be some background growth, I would have thought, on Madras Street, but how much I couldn't say. At the moment, when I've looked at the flows from the 2 counts that have been done, there's very little change in volumes in recent years. But I appreciate as we get more residential infill, there will be growth on all roads, and how much that will be, I wouldn't like to say, because it's going to reflect the nature of the infill.
Yeah, and then in terms of that traffic flow, if there were an increase in traffic flow, so as well as the supermarket site, at peak times, whether that traffic, what will happen with that traffic flow approaching through the network, because the signals act as a constraint and the merge acts as a constraint. And I think I was sort of doing some very rough kind of counting, and I would get maybe up to 35 sort-ish vehicles coming through on the platoon, which included the platoon plus the left and right from Madras, from Beeley that caught up with the platoon, and then you've got the big gap. Is there potential for much additional traffic to come through?
I don't think there would be a lot of additional infill in the gaps. I can't say that there wouldn't be, but my observations, you do get this very big platoon, which is very strong. There would be some sort of almost individual isolated vehicles probably filling the gap sometimes between the major platoon, but not enough to affect the overall assessment of what I was seeing in terms of those gaps that were being generated.
And the signal timings for Beeley Madras are largely set by the flow along Beeley.
Yeah, I think that's my understanding, that they are sequenced, so there won't be a lot of flexibility in how that's managed.
And even the traffic coming up Madras seemed to be reliant on the signals, even another block there.
Again, there will be some sequencing of the signals for Madras, but Beeley will be the dominant one there.
So do you think, is it a fair observation that if there is increased traffic, it's likely to be held elsewhere in the network?
I think that would be a reasonable expectation.
So that's on the basis that the growth occurs south of Beeley Ave.
Then I think there'll be residential growth across a lot of the central city areas once all the rezonings are finally approved. So there will be a general growth, but there won't be one single area which will suddenly shoot up, is my understanding.
I am going to go a little step backwards, but I know in terms of the Madras Street cross-section, your view is that there's no need for widening the carriageway, but recognising that there will need to be an outcome that is satisfactory with the council as well, given that as the road controlling authority. I can see how the power poles are a constraint on the site frontage, and looking yesterday, I can see how to the north, where the townhouses are, there's been an adjustment. The footpath's kind of been, I guess moved closer to the road, but the poles are sitting, in that little strip, and it's good, but it's tight. Any movement of the poles, I think when sort of given some consideration to what your options would be if you were widening the carriageway, and while the 42A report seemed to be widened to the east, I just think you shouldn't discount the option of actually widening to the west either. They're both valid options. In both cases, whether you widen by half a metre, I think if you widen at all, you would widen by more than half. And my thinking around that is, if you're going to widen, where do you want the road widening to go? What do you want it to go into? So you can put a half a metre into the median, but we've already set the parking lanes tight. So
if you're moving a curb, wouldn't you take the opportunity to make your parking lane a little bit wider? I think regardless of what you did, you end up with a grass berm that now is getting down to 1 metre or less, which isn't very good. So you start to create an opportunity of, because that grass becomes too narrow to really be maintainable, you then widen the footpath.
Have the footpath at the edge.
Bring the footpath out. If you're going to widen if you get that far and widen the footpath, where is it better to have the wide footpath? Would you rather have it against where the parked cars are, so people aren't getting out onto grass, or next to along the store frontage, where there would be benefits to having a wider footpath, and that's something that may get considered through the design, because it links through to here. There is an option to widen that footpath. I appreciate it doesn't form part of the proposal as it stands, but it is an option. So that I wouldn't if widening happens, I would just like to make a point that widening to the west actually might provide more benefits than widening to the east.
Yes.
The other thing that has crossed my mind, and again it goes back to your crossing width, I think if you widen to the east, the length of our curb crossing actually gets longer again, whereas if you widen to the west,
Yes.
because of the way the tracking will work, you potentially could end up with a slightly narrower crossing, but certainly widening to the east, you would end up with a wider crossing.
Yeah.
So what's involved in terms of approvals for widening if it's within the road reserve? Do you know?
My understanding is that it would form part of the engineering approval for the whole site. I stand to be corrected, but I'm aware that changing the line markings has got to go through the community board. I guess a little bit of minor widening may have to go through the community board process as well, but I prefer to.
Well, I can just comment on that. We'll be making some responses on that a little later in the week.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, as you can anticipate, some of the questions will be coming your way as well. So then, in terms of traffic effects on the opposite driveways along Madras Street, and in particular opposite to the driveways and where there may be some queuing for right turns in, has that been undertaken or considered?
I haven't given it specific consideration. Part of it is with the right turn in, the delays for any of the right turns in are so short because the southbound flows are very light, as you have observed. It's infrequent, low volumes of vehicles. The supermarket will increase some of that southbound flow, but those queues are, they're momentary delays. So I don't see that will be a big effect on their turning access.
And in terms of you talk about the sort of an adverse safety effect that is addressed by providing the right turn lanes. And is that's to do with potential for rear end collisions? Is it?
That was the main thing that came to my mind. That having if someone stopped within the lane when you've got at the moment an environment where people are used to just moving forward continuously. You'd see it to some extent if you'd watch the turning movements even now let's say purchase, which is probably one I looked at, or when someone stops to turn right. People aren't expecting it, where there's no right turn bay. So I think having space for someone just to move over and ensure that we're following, it will reduce that potential for a tail end type collision.
Can I just jump in there? My observations, it seemed like traffic goes pretty quick up the street, up the road, everyone's heading home from town and stuff. And is there a risk that, because you've got the pedestrian refuge, that people come up and then cars will be coming in to queue to turn in, heading north, that there could be a driver distraction aspect to that?
I don't think it would be any more so than is there now. Because in that location the car actually has priority over the pedestrian.
Oh, so I'm thinking in terms of vehicles coming, you have vehicles stopped in the middle of the road within a refuge to turn into the supermarket, but other cars coming up and you've got the pedestrian. There's sort of 2 or 3 different things going on there, and just driver behaviour. It does seem like quite a higher speed environment.
I think there's sufficient separation here between the refuge islands and our crossings for that not to be an issue.
What's that distance?
It's probably close to 50 metres, I think.
Yeah, it's quite a way back.
Yeah.
Okay. So
It's several seconds of travel time, so.
Can I just ask a question? Yeah. It's just a simple layman's question. But priority, because I'm thinking again about the residents on the opposite side of the road. So you've got cars wanting to turn in if it's at the northern, for example, and cars turning out. So who has the right of way there?
The right turn in movement will happen first. They have the priority.
Yeah.
And so that's going to happen pretty much as part of that general northbound platoon. So the right turn in doesn't really detract from, take any time away from the gaps between the platoons, because it will happen within that movement.
Because of the south flows.
Because the southbound flow is so light at the moment, there will be a little bit more delay, but it will have very little impact on that.
And that would depend on the numbers, I presume too, so that if there are a number of cars wanting to turn in at 5 o'clock on the way home from work, then that will...
Yeah, and that's the difficulty with a site such as this, trying to work out how many people will actually go in, with that pass-by movement. I appreciate doing shopping on the way home is fairly frequent. It's a common way of shopping.
Because I think at and this is why I requested the plan to try to understand the opposite driveways, but I think the southern driveway is more or less opposite. There aren't driveways immediately opposite it. I think the boundaries and the fence of those properties means, but the northern driveway, we have got driveways opposite. So then, sort of following on from Commissioner O'Connell's question, is we've then got this, for the right turn out from the supermarket and turns out from the opposite driveway, technically they're on an equal priority. So there's and possibly mixing in, and we'll hear from the submitters, but possibly we're mixing in the potential for some of those vehicles that may even be reversing out of, because we've got single width, 2-way flow driveways and constrained on-site. I'm just interested in your view on that interaction between the vehicles turning right out of the supermarket at the northern driveway and vehicles exiting I think there's 4 units on that driveway.
I haven't looked specifically at the driveways, but for the times I've been on site during the evening peak, I didn't see any movements at the driveways. To try and understand the nature of the difficulty. I appreciate that if the comment is more related to the fact that there are these long periods where you get a platoon where you can't move, regardless, if you're on that side of the road, you can't turn left or right. You've just got to wait for the traffic to clear. And what will happen here is that same restriction still applies when the platoon is present. You still can't turn. Your movement through that, what is now a gap, will be a little bit more constrained because there's going to be a little bit more movement there. Is that actually going to be any different? If this site had been developed as per the district plan, would that be any different? Because that still required 2 driveways.
Yeah.
So I think.
I mean, I think the thing.
I'm not saying there wouldn't be something. It will be a little bit harder to turn, but actually, I think here we've got to look. It's like the traffic volumes and the comments about how much extra traffic comes in. I think it does have to be put into context. While this is a little bit higher than what could happen if we did a development that was anticipated, all the effects are just the same.
But I think there's a difference in terms of the potentially of the location. I mean, I know in terms of the outline plan and where those connections might have been, they're not. I don't believe they're sort of exactly in these. There's a difference.
Small difference.
In location.
And also through the ODP, would there not be potentially another access out if it was developed to its full potential out onto another street, which with that?
The connection under the ODP, the connections that you would have had through to purchase or pack, to me, when you look at the wider network area, the purchase connection would have given you a little bit of accessibility, probably more for the active modes. It's such a small area that actually feeds in that you wouldn't get a lot of vehicle movement.
Do you think people would use it though as an easy way to, instead of trying to turn out onto Madras Street, it's busy and there's delay times, they might loop around to get back up onto Edgware Road and out Hills Road or out onto...
I wouldn't discount it as an option that if there are 2 driveways, that some people might, if they're waiting at the driveway and they're seeing a big platoon come out and say, I can't be bothered to wait, and turn left, go around the block and take an alternate route. That's not unusual.
So there's a risk of rat running, but not.
It would be a small number of people who do it. I think people that are familiar with the site will know that the gaps in the flows will arrive. And again, I think back to the other street I was looking at last week, which is Garland's Road, which has higher volumes. It's a evening peak. It's close to 20,000, strongly platooned. You look at the right turns there. Some drivers are quite happy to wait, and they'll be there for 2 minutes or more, waiting to turn right. Here we've got a different environment where pretty much every 60 to 75 seconds, you're going to get a long gap. So depending on when you approach that driveway, which you won't know, some days, I'll say even like the Garland's Road, I'd see some drivers that arrive at the intersection and literally just pull straight out. Minimal delay. It's just the platooning generates this very wide variation in the delays. It's very difficult to model, and it's difficult to forecast the way people will respond to it.
Is the traffic coming out of the supermarket extending the platoon?
It will have a small effect further up as you go up to Edgware, because now, where before the flows at Edgware would have been strongly platooned, now we'll have traffic starting to fill in some of the gaps. but you'll also have, depending on their platoon, you'll have taken some vehicles out of the platoon, so you'll be putting some gap. It'll be starting to break down to the north.
And in terms of when this is, or when this sort of platoon situation is at its strongest, it's the weekday evening peaks, not so much a Saturday midday problem. And how long do you think, like, over what time frame on the weekday evenings do you think we've got this strong platoon situation?
I think it's probably running through from certainly between 4 and 6. There will be evidence of platoons before that
Yes.
in the mid-afternoon, that sort of school peak period, but nowhere near to the same extent.
I think, from my point of view, that then just leads to a discussion on on some of the transport conditions. Shall I get them?
Yep. Or talk to you about the traffic conditions, and of course the discussion will carry on as well. But
Question. Sorry, just a quick question. In your paragraph 5, it's in your evidence check, but it's summary. You talk about that the traffic generation, this is paragraph 5, suggests that the development of currently undeveloped land in accordance with zone rules could result in 400 to 500 vehicle movements per hour during a peak period. And then you say that this is quite similar generation. Just firstly, is that undeveloped land, or land currently undeveloped, that's only in relation to the subject site?
No, what I looked at is because the rules, so if you just look at the wider area, if you allowed a neighbourhood centre to go in at 3,500
Yes.
with a supermarket, while 3,500 is smaller than what we've proposed, what will happen with those smaller neighbourhood centres, you actually get higher traffic generation. Because typically you end up with smaller units, quicker turnover.
Okay.
So what happens is, you end up with a fairly high number anyway. And I think I noted in my evidence in chief that the part of the land, that the residential zone land, we also had some of the traffic that's not there now.
Yeah.
So between the two, when you look at that area, you're getting up into that.
To that 450,
500.
And I assume in terms of the residentially zoned aspect, Mr. Cleese has some and Mr. Blair has some calculations on the yield that would, residential yield that could potentially be in there. So that's the sort of figures that you're.
Yeah, I think when I put within my evidence, I put a figure on it. For reference, I just looked at the unit sizes for the land, for the townhouses that have been built to the north, and which are about 200 square metres. Yeah. So I've just used that as a guide to kind of an indication of the number of houses that could appear in that land.
No, that's okay. That's just want to understand that rationale, how we came to that figure. Yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, just before we move on to the conditions, and I hesitate to disrupt even more than I have already this morning, but there's just one short point that if, through the chair, in my submission, could use some clarification from Mr. Rossiter's evidence in chief at paragraph 87, where he talks about the access to Path Street. The point that I took clarification on, because I'm quite confused about it, he says the lack of an access to Pack Street provides benefits to residents on that section of Pack Street because the development will not contribute to any change in traffic volumes on the street. My issue with that is that the ITA doesn't seem to assess traffic volumes before or after on Pack Street. And it's hard to understand how if there's a supermarket there and customers coming from east of Pack Street or by the same token, south of Purchase Street, that there wouldn't be a change in volume on Pack Street, whether or not there's an access there.
Okay, I won't reframe that. And you won't have any problems with that question
No,
being asked.
that's fine, I'm happy for that to just be asked directly.
So my assessment has been based on site layout as it is, which has no access to Pack Street. Now I'm aware in Mr Collins' statement, he talked about an earlier assessment, and on that I think he talked about 10% of the overall, with the original ODP, 10% of traffic coming in off of Pack Street. Within my evidence, the reason I'm saying there would be no change in traffic movements is why would someone driving to the supermarket drive on Pack Street between Cannon and Purchase? It does not form part of any access route to the supermarket.
What about the rat running that we just talked about before, potentially for the left turns?
One, I prior to today, I hadn't given thought to some rat running, but I don't think that would happen. It is a small percentage if it did, and wouldn't be noticeable against the background of movements that are on there.
Yeah,
But-
sorry, I wasn't clear. My question was about shoppers who are coming from east of Pack Street. Aren't they going to have to drive onto Pack Street, then onto Purchase Street to get to the Madras Street entrances? And same thing on the way back out?
If they're, to my mind, if you were living on Pack Street between Cannon and Purchase, you're either walking, which is because we're within our walking distance. If they are driving, those people are already driving to a supermarket, and in this case, whichever way they're going, you're not changing the volumes.
But you may,
They just happen to be going to a different supermarket now.
yeah, but that may change the volumes on Pack Street. Is that?
No, this comes back to my point earlier. Supermarket trips are generated by houses. So there are existing supermarket trips being generated from the houses on Pack Street. It's just at the moment they're going to another supermarket. If they go to this supermarket and they still drive, that doesn't change the movements on the street. Because they're still, you know, they're just choosing to drive to a different destination.
Okay, but would it potentially alter the flow of traffic? So in terms of on Pack Street, there would be more traffic heading towards Madras Street.
Pack Street is the north-south one.
Sorry?
Pack Street's north-south.
North-south, yeah. Okay, well, I'm thinking of Purchase Street then. But in terms of Purchase Street, is there possibly more traffic on that?
I don't think there is. Within my modelling, I've added some trips to it, but you know, again, it comes to when you look at the wide area, there are supermarket trips happening now via whichever choice they have, and that will redistribute. So there could be a small change, but it is small. But Pack Street itself, because it does not, or the section that we are focusing on here between Cannon and Purchase, does not form part of an access route to the supermarket site. So, other than for the residents that live on Pack Street. So, if they're currently going to a supermarket, that supermarket trip still exists, whether it's to the north or south via Cannon or Purchase. But it's there, that trip is still there, we're not changing that trip.
Okay. Does Pack Street connect to Beeley Ave?
No.
So it connects at Edgware Road ultimately?
You have to keep going across. Pack Street goes all the way up to, from memory,
Edgware Road.
it does go up to Edgware, but it's not connected.
Can I, just another quick question here. Having been on site and seeing the power poles, and it's a little hard yet just to, hopefully we'll get that overlay shortly to be able to understand where things. where exactly the entry is and the power poles, and I'm sure you know that and looked at it.
The north, there is
Particularly the southern one that I'm thinking of.
like the power poles, there is one power pole that is immediately north of the northern access.
Okay, yeah.
And with the changes we've made to the site layout, that doesn't have to move, assuming no changes to curb lines. From memory, the other two poles, there's two mid-block that aren't affected. I think we have got one at the southern roadway that has to be relocated.
So you're moving the southern power pole potentially anyway. And yeah, because when I was just looking at this plan, we've got the pylon sign, the main sign, entry sign, and the power pole, and an exit, people trying to turn right, cycleway, people turning right in. And I was just wondering about the cluster of obstructions, visual obstructions to the drivers, and the location. If you're going to have to move that power pole anyway, but that might solve that part of it. But is that, how much thought's been given to the location of that, 2.75 wide solid sign?
The sign is well clear of the required sight lines.
Is it? Yeah. So is it set back?
So the relevant setback distance is to the edge of the traffic lane.
Oh, is it to the traffic lane? Oh, I guess people pull out past the.
No, the required sight line is to the edge of that.
Yeah.
Which is relevant to it's not to the property boundary.
Yes. Yeah.
The position with respect to the footpath is something to consider, because we do have a visibility display that you want to ensure, but actually we've got a traffic lane between there, so your visibility display is met.
Yeah, because it's slightly deceiving on site, just because the current security fence is set quite a wee way back, and when you go inside, I was at the boundary, but the boundary is, I understand it, is pretty much right up by the footpath. And just on that, sorry to keep this going, but can we just have a quick look at your cross-section 9 on your section? If I'm looking at this is the cross-section to remove the car parking on the southern bound lane.
Eastbound. Southbound, yeah. Sorry, east side of the road.
Yeah, east side of the road, southbound. Is there actually a planting strip there, or does the footpath will actually come right out to this?
No, with the whole intent with that is there's no change to the curb. So you've got a metre and a half of grass berm now, plus the footpath.
That's existing. Okay, that's right. Yeah. That's everything I have, other than conditions.
I don't know, 10, 15 minutes, I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Okay, we might just keep going rather than take a break now. Have some questions on conditions.
Has Mr. Ross of other conditions?
I'm thinking that we might go through the traffic ones and then do a sweep of the traffic. I'll just check at the end that I've covered off the.
100%.
Yeah.
We'll have other condition questions later.
Yeah. So starting at the traffic management plan at 3. And I see this is a council drafted condition, and 4 which sits with it, and I will have questions. I want to discuss this with council as well, and it seems to me that this is a condition that is mainly around the design of the, will pick up on the road works within the road reserve? Is that what you would?
My understanding of this is the traffic management plan required to enable whatever works are approved in the road to be implemented. And it's a standard condition to support.
Okay, enable approved works within, yeah, it's not being familiar with the council's approach to conditions, it's a slightly different, you know, so it's good to get that clarity. So enabling approved works within the road reserve, essentially, yeah. Do you have a view about this, about 4? Where it's not, where we then get to.
No, four to me is, in some ways I would say to me it's almost redundant because it should be part of the TMP.
Yes.
Part of any TMP should ensure safe pedestrian and access routes. So I'm not sure that it adds anything necessarily in terms of a condition. If anything, it should be, I'm saying it should be there as a note, because it doesn't actually, yeah.
So what would your expectation of the TMP, is that, would the TMP just be drawings, or would it be drawings plus some sort of reporting, or?
TMP it should be drawings plus the necessarily the paperwork to go with it, sets out plans, controls, contact names.
Yeah. And so, and this, on that basis, if the safe pedestrian routes would be the external, would be within the road reserve.
That has to be part of the traffic management plan, because it's the traffic management plan has to cover the full extent of the works.
So in your, if I've got it correct, is that it's probably redundant.
4, I think, is potentially redundant because it's something that should be captured within the TMP anyway.
Yeah, and presumably if it were included, there might be other matters that you would include. You know, if you were going to say what it should include, there would be matters other than just safe pedestrian. Yeah.
Because then you'd have to address, you'd add in the cycle and how you're managing parking or access.
In your experience, and I appreciate this as a standard across the City Council condition, but in your experience, because I know that you've worked elsewhere in the country, and you'll see straight below it, the construction management plan has, you know, a list of things that, as a minimum, you know, it's not an.
I've seen that in other conditions.
Yeah, I wonder, is it, it might be useful if the panel had access to something like that could show, to give a level of certainty what as a minimum would need to be in that traffic management plan, if you're able to dig that out from somewhere else.
I can certainly find something. I think it's probably a question as well in terms of agreeing. I haven't seen a recent council decision that's with all the TMP, like Christchurch Council, but I am aware that other councils, they quite often have a longer list. That set out not just site context, what the works are, the timing, the schedule, the contact numbers.
And I think it's really important to give that certainty for your client. If we were of the view to grant consent, then the client has understand what the expectations are, because I imagine there's various different scales of traffic management plans out there, and we want to make sure that the one that if we do grant consent, that it is appropriate for this location and this environment.
And then this sort of flows into the construction, because in my mind this traffic management plan, this is ensuring that what you've said that the works within the road is essentially receiving the plan of the works for approval from council, and so it's that process of it's not a construction traffic management plan.
The construction traffic management plan, I guess if I was looking at the construction management plan is really about identifying what controls you need at the access point to the works that are happening outside the road, so within the site. So the two are slightly different.
Yes.
So the construction management plan will have things like truck turning signs, for example, on the road, and warning signage along the boundary. It will deal with how the site's protected or for security, whereas the TMP, to my mind, is about how you manage works within the road reserve. So that's how I see the distinction between the two.
So I think it could be quite helpful, because I see with the construction management plan there's a point F which is referring back to the TMP, but if maybe you were able to think about I would suggest even possibly a separate construction traffic management plan condition, or otherwise that it's somehow identified within the construction management plan those matters that you think.
I think but again, regard for pedestrian routes or cycle routes are things that have to be considered for the construction plan as much as on a traffic management plan. And obviously in the press recently there's been quite a big thing about safety of pedestrians, cyclists accessing or travelling next to worksite access. So it is a key thing that has to be addressed here. And what that means for construction staff.
Because it can, I think I've read in your evidence, this given the size of the site, you would expect that parking can be provided within the site fairly quickly for construction staff, but it would be useful for that to be brought through into as a scoping point for a construction traffic management plan.
I would expect that to be part of the management of the construction side, because working out where lay down areas, how you manage parking,
it's just
managing access, times of access, that all of that is part of the construction plan.
And just making sure there's hooks for that.
Another point that occurs to me, which is slightly different with the Christchurch City Council approach to elsewhere, is say condition 2A, which is more the start of a traditional management plan type condition. It sets the objective of the traffic management plan. I mean, elsewhere that would tend to be the same condition as condition 3. So you set the objective and then you set what's the minimum requirements to achieve that objective. So as a team, we'll just have to think about that as well. We're at the risk of rewriting the council's conditions, whether that should be one condition. Because it's the same management.
I think it becomes a balance in terms of how many conditions you have or how far you break down or how long every condition becomes.
Then, and this is it's directly relevant, but at 37 we've got works on Madras Street, so whether there may be some duplication or whether there's some tidying up that can be done.
No, 37, I would see that as a standard condition, because 37 is effectively saying you cannot operate the activity until the works have been done, whereas 4 is more about
doing the works.
Is actually doing the works.
And I wonder if I can suggest that there may need to be a reshuffling of these conditions. So that 37, I agree. I think that's you must do this work before you're not going to let you operate. But that would actually be quite handy back under just a traffic heading. So there's really sort of clear expectation, everything to do with traffic management plans and things like that, are all sort of just contained in one space. Yeah. I understand what councils, how they've broken it up into different headings, but I'd like to maybe see that if we could explore if there's actually a more succinct way that we could put the conditions together.
Okay, and then I think then we've got the traffic safety audit at 47.
To me, that's standard condition. It's part of the council's normal operating requirements to expect an audit. And to me, having an audit of the road design and having that done as part of your engineering approval process is standard practice.
And whether, so in 47, we've got the difference, we've got design and post-construction. I mean, because 48, we then talks about preliminary scheme, so concept. I would suggest and seek your view, but it's really detailed design and post-construction now. So unless you're intending, you would, well, if you can help me to my understanding would be that detailed design would get prepared to go in for engineering approval, and with that it would be useful to have a detailed design safety audit.
I think when you look at those audit steps, where typically there are 3 standard steps would be concept design, detailed design, and then post-construction.
Yeah.
The way I read these is that you're doing an audit of the design, and let's say at the moment our design and our preference, if we started and said it's 2 metre flush median, and our driveways as within current plans, that's what gets audited. The auditor will come back with some recommendations, and what condition 48 is saying is that there is an expectation that the design is then amended to reflect the recommendations of that audit.
And I guess if we're discussing them in this much detail, then they may not. That's probably why we wanted to see if we can actually get the wording and the structure a bit more organised. So when council and the applicant are looking at these, and if consent was granted, down the track, they won't have a team of people sitting around a table going, yeah.
But if I looked at this in some ways, like 47, you'd almost potentially split 47 in 2. So you're effectively saying do safety audit of the design, then you've got 48, which is we expect you to respond to the design, which is an unusual condition because normally when you do a safety audit, if, you'll be familiar with that last sign off is actually, because it's design response, safety engineer response, developer applicant response. It is their decision as to whether or not they implement the recommendations. And it's then on them, if they don't adopt those recommendations, that's their liability, if in effect. Whereas this is saying, Woolworths have no choice. You do whatever comes out of the audit. So it's an unusual condition in that respect.
Yeah.
And then you would have the separate condition, you might introduce the post-construction audit condition afterward.
I mean, I have seen conditions where around auditing where sometimes it could be that if the concern is of a significant or serious nature, there's an expectation within the audit process that those higher end concerns will get addressed.
But it's still, when you look at the process, because the final sign-off is actually the applicant, the developer, it's up to them to say whether or not and which recommendations get adopted. You look at the audit process, so you have authority under the system to actually still ignore the recommendations. I think you'd be foolish to do so.
And I suppose then, but the council still hold the ultimate decision because they could, because they get to approve the works or not.
Yeah, this one because it works within the road reserve. I think it's reasonable to expect that you would have to do works in accordance with council requirements and achieve their safety requirement. So
But yeah,
It is a little bit unusual to have something that is so sort of effectively mandatory, you will do what the council says, which is unusual. And particularly to have that as a condition. I haven't seen it in that form, but that's how I would interpret that.
I'll touch on this point of closing submissions as well, because I've had an Environment Court hearing where the court raised some concerns about this audit step and the third-party delegation aspect of it, and that if you're approving a consent, really what can an audit, or what's the scale of what an audit could change, because you need to understand what you're approving if you elect to approve a consent. So I've made a note, and I'll just pull out that case. It's a Shundi case in Queenstown where the court really said that they wanted to see the design now rather than wait for a subsequent court.
It's likely our council will want to respond to that, so can we have that sent to us as well?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yep.
Also, I think it might be a good time there to jump in and talk about, at this stage, we're not sure exactly, there's not agreement about what works needs to be undertaken on the site, and we talked earlier yesterday and a little bit about what approval process is required, and I understand the community board process. I used to work here, and I've seen applications go through that, and I'm just touching on your point there regarding, and we talked about this briefly yesterday, a third-party approval essentially, and so the panel, if we were looking at a suite of draft conditions through our deliberations, how are we to decide when there could, how can we decide the conditions are suitable when there is likely to be a third-party approval through a different arm of the council, and whether the courts have any solutions around that in terms of how a condition could be drafted? I am aware, I'm not a lawyer on the panel, but around a thing called a precedent condition, for example. I think that's what it's called. My understanding is there has to be a really high level of agreement probably before you'd be comfortable adding a condition like that.
Yeah, and to my submission on it, it would be it's okay to have a process that is the conditions set in train around that approval, but it can't leave an ultimate discretion or an ultimate decision to that.
So we can't delegate our decision.
No, correct.
Yeah, there's going to be there will be a few discussions about conditions of that, and I just say to submitters and everybody else here, discussing conditions is not an indication that we've decided to grant. It's all forms part of our overall consideration. That's why we spend time talking about the conditions, because they delineate or restrict the consent that is potentially granted.
and I think I've just got three very hopefully brief questions around this. So I think I've understood your view is that you don't think that anything's needed in the conditions around truck routes approaching the site?
I don't think that's necessary.
And then whether it would be useful to have anything protecting the pedestrian visibility displays, noting that we've got landscaping, whether...
But the visibility displays is already covered by district plan requirements, so I don't think it is necessary for there to be anything specific.
So there's not a risk of vegetation growing and not being maintained to protect those sight lines, or...?
I don't think that's necessary through the conditions, but equally, it's not an unusual one I think if it was larger landscaping, some more rural locations, I can see that. But here, with the low levels of landscaping, I don't think we're going to be obstructing sight lines. But there are specific rules in the plan.
So maybe a more general maintenance of vegetation to the expectation of the landscape plan. And then Yeah, and finally, whether you think would be any value in any monitoring requirement around the performance of the driveways, in terms of of both safety and efficiency.
I don't think you need a specific condition on it in this instance. Comfortable with the way it is operating. Understand that there is always, I think there's always an option for a review of the operating conditions. Should it not operate the way we've anticipated, but I don't think that is necessary in this.
And that would be more of a management for, if Woolworths, if things weren't working well, if there were longer queues or so, it would be an internally.
Yeah, certainly. I know on another project that for the applicant we were required under, I forget which part of the RMA it was done, but there's another review option that's always open to.
The standard review one too.
I can't see the standard review clause.
I don't think I just had a look
No,
and it's not in there.
Yeah, so
we
I
can
can wait in the section.
Yeah. 128.
And sometimes in those standard review conditions, it might be useful for the parties to have a think about. They're quite standard, they just talk about looking at effects at various different stages, but sometimes you can also add something more specific as well around if something isn't meeting a certain service level or whatever, that can be a trigger for the review, because I think the review is quite narrow in when it can be triggered, as I understand it, so we may want to look at.
Yeah, we can have a look into that.
So yeah, thank you for your patience and thank you for your patience.
Okay, we'll take a break now. 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. set? Is that all? Yeah. Right. Dr. Trevathan. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. So I've got a brief summary statement. Maybe start reading at paragraph 4. I've assessed all noise sources expected to be associated with the operation of the proposed new supermarket on Madras Street, St Albans. I've calculated noise emissions from the proposal and assessed this against the district plan noise limits and relevant guidelines for the protection of residential amenity. Based on my analysis, I expect noise effects from the activity to be minimal at all nearby sites, which aligns with the view of the council peer reviewer. Noise is also expected to be compliant with the district plan noise limits, except at Lot 3 and 479 and 483 Madras Street, where a 1 decibel exceedance is expected, which is not an audible difference. So briefly, the site and surrounding acoustic environment. Site visits were conducted by my staff and myself on the 12th of July 2024 and the 10th of July 2025.
What time was that, Dr.
They were both mid-afternoon.
Okay. Thank you.
The current noise environment at the site is dominated by traffic from nearby roads. Noise levels were measured to be in the order of 64 to 66 decibels along Madras Street, reducing to in the order of 43 to 48 decibels in the vicinity of the proposed loading bay area. Traffic count data for Madras Street indicates these levels will increase by in the order of 5 decibels during peak activity. So that's the scenario you would have observed during your site visit. The proposal was to establish a supermarket with 3 to 4 small retail commercial tenancies that will operate between 7 AM and 10 PM daily. The loading area is to be located on the northeast corner of the site with a 3 metre high acoustic fence proposed around the internal boundary of the loading bay. I've assessed the daytime and nighttime noise levels from the operation of the proposed new supermarket and associated retail. Predicted cumulative noise levels exceed the district plan limits at the following sites. So there's Lot 3, which is 472 Madras Street, 479 and 483 Madras Street. I note that Lot 3 has provided affected persons approval, and noise levels at 479 and 483 are in the order of 1 decibel higher than the district plan limits, a difference which is typically not audible. I therefore expect the daytime and nighttime noise effects associated with the proposal to be minimal. Construction noise and vibration. The district plan refers to NZS, and that should say 6803 for construction noise, and I've recommended in my assessment that all construction activities are planned and managed in accordance with NZS 6803. As outlined in the proposed conditions, the construction noise and vibration management plan is to be provided by the applicant and certified by the council. With regard to submissions, my analysis indicates that noise levels received at all of the submitters' properties are expected to comply with the district plan data and nighttime noise limits, and noise effects will be minimal. Ms. Rain from the council generally agrees with my analysis and findings with regard to noise effects. I've reviewed the latest set of proposed conditions attached to the evidence of Mr. Police. Conditions 2D, 17, 18 and 29 to 34 are in line with current good practice and are appropriate based on my analysis and assumptions. And overall, I expect the noise levels associated with the activities to be modest and noise effects to be minimal. I consider the proposed conditions of consent attached to the evidence of Mr. Please are reasonable and consistent with my assessment. Happy to answer questions.
Cool, thank you.
Did you? Yep, do start. Have you? Yeah. Thank you. I've got a couple of questions. You talk about a noise and vibration management plan. I don't see any evidence before us that suggests that there will be vibration effects. And I'm just wondering, is that through the construction? Are they proposing sheet piling or something like that? Is that what the...
I don't believe they would be. but there'll be things like compaction of the hard stand areas, for example. So that might involve a roller of some type. So yes, it would be prudent to include vibration in that management plan.
And in your experience, though, that sort of vibration effects are reasonably anticipated for a site like this, a development of a site like this. It's not like rock breaking, which can be quite prolonged and have quite an obvious effect on neighbouring properties.
That's right. Yeah, it's all I guess relatively conventional type processes and equipment that contractors are accustomed to managing when they're in the vicinity of residential receivers.
Okay, thank you. When you were assessing the noise effects, I just noted in the summary here that you note that the supermarket, this is paragraph 9, the supermarket with 3 to 4 small retail commercial tenancies that will operate between 07 and 2200 hours. My understanding is that there has been, that's the hours of operation proposed for the supermarket, but I think I read somewhere that opening hours for the tenancies may be different or would comply with district plan. Is that correct?
Sorry. I was going to say I'd have to check my recollection from the discussion yesterday. Was a line? Do you know the answer to that question?
It's not the intention for the specialty tenancies to operate outside of supermarket hours, and it would be quite unusual for that to happen. I recall when reading through the conditions, there was some nuanced operating hours towards the latter part of the day. We didn't have any objections to those at that time.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's quite important from a noise perspective. If you have a tenancy that has a cafe that turns into a restaurant, that turns into a little bar or something, and then it goes to 1 o'clock in the morning, I'm assuming you haven't modelled effects from a scenario like that.
That's right. I think in the draft conditions there's an advice note around, I guess, a potential scenario like that.
That they'll
Noise
comply
emissions,
with.
they're obliged to comply, and there would need to be some process to ensure that was the case.
Just to ensure I understand that, though, that your assessment hasn't included any of that after or outside of those hours of operation.
That's right.
Any major noise. Okay, thank you. Also, did you consider whether there may be maybe live music or something in the park green space area?
We did assume some level of activity in that space. I guess not at a sort of concert level activity. And again, I suppose the way the arrangement ends up working with the various screening and fencing, there could be some level of background entertainment in that space which would readily comply with
In your experience, would it be prudent for the panel to consider whether there needs to be a condition that might manage? I understand the background noise and stuff, but at the moment there's nothing sort of controlling what can go on in that space.
Yeah, it might just about be one for to show again as to who would ultimately have responsibility for what activities could take place in that space and how that would be managed. Because I imagine, there'd be some process which Woolworths would have in place around who could use that space and for what purpose.
And I guess we don't have those parameters before us to understand whether there's potentially an effect that hasn't quite been captured in your analysis.
Yes, I guess I don't know the answer to that question as to whether it is realistic that that space could be used for that purpose.
We might have a look at the conditions in a minute once any other questions are done, but I just wonder, in your experience, is it best practice, because there will be an exceedance of the noise limits at the boundary, and you're correct, they've got the written approval, and then the other noise exceedance are deemed to be minimal. Sometimes I've seen, to ensure that it's recognised that this activity will exceed noise limits, but that has been consented that there is actually a condition that says on these boundaries, noise shall not exceed whatever the exceedance beyond the district plan is. In your experience, is that best practice to be quite clear that there is an exceedance, and if the council and if the panel is of the view to grant consent, that we've acknowledged that and we're comfortable with that?
Yeah, I think I would struggle to say I understood what best practice, and I certainly know it's not consistent practice
Yeah.
and an approach in that area.
Just in your experience,
Yeah, there's a range of ways that is handled.
Yeah.
As the conditions sit at the moment, there are no explicit noise limits of that type, so my understanding is that the activity would need to be conducted ultimately in accordance with the application, hence the levels which we have predicted, so that would be there as a backstop. Yes, and I guess that's from some perspectives a simple way to handle that issue, but yes, you are right, in other situations you would see explicit conditions which you would try to draft in a way that didn't overcomplicate it, but do get a little complicated because they say comply with the district plan limits except for, and then note these the various exceptions.
I've seen it addressed a couple of different ways, and you've explained them. And yeah, I was just trying to get a feel from you, which in your professional opinion would be the more appropriate one, whether we just fall back onto condition one or whether we should actually be quite specific that we've been asked as a panel to consider noise exceedance at boundaries.
Yes. Yeah, I think that the outcome from a noise perspective, I suppose I have some experience in situations where conditions read both ways, and there's been sort of noise monitoring and potential enforcement action. So in both cases I've seen eventually everyone gets to the same answer, so both arrangements work.
Yeah.
And it's almost perhaps a legal or planning sort of.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Just the LEAQ, now I looked at this over the weekend, but is there a noise, is there a time taken into account? So the LEAQ, we've just got LEAQ, so we don't have like 10 minutes or anything. What's the period?
Yeah, so the starting period is 15 minutes. So when you go out to do the assessment, you measure the average level essentially for a 15-minute period. And then the process which the New Zealand Standard, which the plan refers to, outlines a method by which you then make some adjustments to the level that you measured based on potentially the character of the noise, and then for daytime noise, how persistent it is over the day. And so the final number you end up with, which you compare with the limit, strictly speaking, isn't that 15-minute measurement anymore. You've done some kind of adjusting to it, which is why the 15 minutes sort of drops out.
Okay.
So it should sometimes, again, it's not consistent.
And LMAX isn't an issue for daytime?
That's right.
It's just not. Just in terms of the 1 dB difference, you say it's typically not audible, is it? So is it audible in some circumstances or to some receivers?
As I read that out to you, I wondered why I'd included the word typically there, because I can't imagine a circumstance where it would.
Okay. And just another, they're already just clarification matters, but when you talk about the cumulative daytime noise, that's all the noise produced on the site, or is that the wider, including traffic noise?
Right. All the noise produced on the site.
Okay. Okay. Now, supermarkets, what are the issues that you experience in supermarkets? Because I'm aware, obviously, that you've been involved in supermarket applications and other matters for councils. So what are the drivers of the noise issues that arise, if you like?
So the loading bay is the key area, and I guess it's quite. So the location and operation of the loading bay is key, and there are some sites where that is always going to be challenging. If the site layout has meant the arrangement has forced the loading activity very close to residential, that can't properly be screened, and those are the situations which end up, in council investigations and. But the situations I'm aware of that have ended up like that, I guess, contrast quite significantly with this type of one.
In terms of the location of the loading bay and the treatment?
Yeah, and just the sheer proximity to residential. There's one I have in mind. We went and looked, and there was an acoustic fence, but it was sort of waist high, and the neighbours were right there. And then there's all the other, I guess, subtleties in terms of how this operation will work. For example, the forklifts being electric and not having the traditional beeping, reversing beepers, and all of those little things contribute to a successful operation of a loading bay.
So they're conditioned, aren't they, in terms of the beepers and the electric only forklift?
Just on that, the gate, the sliding gate to enter into the loading bay, just thinking, will that have some sort of alarm to indicate that it's moving? It might be an operational matter.
Yes, I don't know the answer.
I'm thinking health and safety often on sites.
Yeah, I can't recall seeing a similar gate operating and hearing an alarm.
Okay.
And there is one that I've seen working quite recently.
Okay. Yep.
Okay. In terms of delivery vehicles and talking about the big ones in particular, refrigerated units on trucks if they're parked in the outside the loading zone, for example, waiting for it to open.
Yes, and that again is one of those issues which is worked through with loading bays, and can be a sort of pinch point because the refrigeration units are up high and so more difficult to screen. And so that was something we were sort of careful to work through from the start in working with Woolworths to understand, well, to start with the height of those units and then what their protocols would be around when they could and couldn't be switched off, etc. And so, yes, our modelling currently assumes they are operating up until the vehicles are actually in the loading bay itself. So that has been accounted for. Okay,
and but that can be dealt with as a management issue as well. Okay. The 3 metre high acoustic fence, in terms of the surrounding environment, we've got the acknowledge this affected parties' approval. In terms of Volkers, for example, they've raised that real issue, and you've addressed it in your evidence in terms of the 9 metre acoustic fence not assisting in their position. You have commented on it, but can you just explain that a little bit more?
Yes, so this is the submitters from the Pack Street.
Yeah, the Volker Street 12, I think it's 12.
Yes, so I have, when I was on site, sort of reviewed how things were arranged in that area, and in working through the heights of the fences and the modelling, I suppose you look at the trigonometry involved with the height of the source, and then you've got your fence interrupting, and then there's the single level dwellings at that separation that you see on the plan, and a combination of the screening which the fence will provide and the distance will ensure that compliance is achieved at those dwellings.
Okay, just in terms of construction noise, which you've addressed, Is there anything associated with this, and it's a matter that was touched on by Commissioner, but in terms of the construction process, the length or the methodology that gave you any cause to think that the standards wouldn't be appropriate?
No, and it's not one that I ever recall being involved, I suppose, with a supermarket construction process beyond being involved with drafting the construction noise management plan. And so I take that as a positive sign that in terms of how they play out on site, it can all be managed effectively.
Submitter Rain, I think it is, had the requirement that construction or the request that noisy works on the site do not commence until 7:30 a.m. And I know you've addressed this, but is it that's you've addressed this, but is there a benefit from an acoustic perspective in having that 7:30 a.m. time set in condition?
I guess it's an interesting one because the way the construction noise standard deals with that is by making the limits more stringent earlier on, and so that means that activities which are genuinely low noise generating, like staff arriving on site and going into the portacom and having their briefings for the day, etc., can occur without creating some sort of tension or discussion around how you interpret the conditions if they are worded like there's a hard time before which there is supposed to be nothing happening. So.
Right, you've talked in terms of the smaller retail tenancies, and you've had this discussion with Commissioner O'Connell, but in terms of the gym, for example, the 24-hour gym, is that something which you'd consider needs to be looked at carefully? Or?
Yes, it's something I suppose which, so a 24-hour gym could operate and readily comply with the nighttime noise limits, and they can be quite an innocuous sort of thing. A car pulls up occasionally and someone disappears inside, and that's the only sign that there's anything going on. It's just something that I guess there needs to be some checks in place because I guess on the other end of the spectrum, gyms can also mean all sorts of other things in terms of having louder music involved, or activity which is going from inside to outside, and
doors open on a warm day and or night, and those sorts of things. Okay, they need to be carefully assessed, but
yes.
Right, and would that be captured in your reference to a certificate of compliance?
Yeah, I think Mr. Cleese ultimately had some views on how that was best captured in the conditions, which he was suggesting an advice note, yes, that either required a certificate of compliance process.
Right, that was what I had.
So if I can just jump back to my question about the other tenancies, I've misread condition 32, which is offered or volunteered, and that say that you're not allowed to use outdoor dining area with consumption of alcohol between the hours of 2200 and 700, which to me suggests that those tenancies could be operating and open for longer periods than the supermarket. So it'd be useful to understand if that's the intent. So we know what we're sort of considering in that regard, because you could have indoor music, I guess, and often if you have indoor music and a tenancy, often there's conditions around windows and doors being closed up a certain time and things like that, but we've got none of that information for us, but potentially it could be an activity that could generate some noise that hasn't been necessarily included in your analysis.
Yes. Yeah, that's
So I think that was more of a statement than
Oh, no, no, and I've made a note, we will
That's
report
fine.
back on that,
Yeah,
just
thank
as if we can tighten that.
Yeah,
control.
just so we know exactly what we're looking at.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool, thank you. Sorry.
I don't know how much of an issue that's probably becoming less, but there used to be, I know there was concerns with venues where people are going outside for, to have a cigarette or vape, more likely now, congregating outside, having doors open while they're going out, those sorts of things. Is that an issue considered?
Yes, those are all the types of things that would be considered if the tenancies were something that's has a lively, late night environment inside. And I suppose that's the type of thing that we can try and put some more structure around
it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well done. Yes, you need.
Thank you very much for your assistance.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll move to engineering now, so we've got Mr. Jacob. Yeah. We have the plans. Yeah, well, they.
Yeah.
That's very useful, thank you.
Yes, it does have the power poles in orange on the frontage too.
Oh,
Great.
Thank you.
They're hard to spot, but they're definitely there.
We will circulate an electronic copy of this because it's quite helpful when you zoom it in because you can actually see the orange.
There's right ways to see next door.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is produced by Mr.
Alrighty.
All right, so you've read your evidence, and your qualifications, etc., set out in your brief, and you've prepared a summary. Thank you very much, and if you just take us through that.
Excellent. We'll just start at
Back from me.
paragraph 4. So the proposal seeks to establish a new Woolworths supermarket associated with small-scale retail at 476 to 494 Madras Street in Christchurch. My evidence covers the civil engineering aspects of development, including servicing, feasibility, design methodology, assumptions made, and obviously infrastructure impacts. So we'll just go to the earthworks component first. So we've got, and interrupt me at any time if you have questions as well. Approximately 5,000 cube of cut material and 6,000 cube of fill is anticipated to be imported. Standard construction practice for contaminated soils management and erosion sediment dust management plan is proposed within the draft conditions.
Can I just jump in there? I think it's going to be the main evidence. What's the maximum depth of that cut? Because I'm assuming you're taking a heap out, bringing a heap back, and then you've got a...
Yeah, it will all vary depending on the pavement type and also the depth of the foundation design, which we developed as part of the building consent.
Yeah. Has there been any, and probably not, but preliminary work done on what the foundation design depths and that might be?
Some prelim work has been done on the foundation design.
Yeah.
The options are still being considered. Obviously hasn't been advanced, but in terms of the cut relative to the loading bay, that'll be probably deeper than anything else, just primarily because it's going to be a thicker pavement, the heavy duty. But the car park, so most of that is around 0.7, potentially 0.8.
Yep.
That's the cut.
Is
and
the
cut.
cut. Yeah.
And all the cut gets taken off site?
Yet to be confirmed.
Yeah. So worst case scenario, it all gets.
Correct, yeah. However, there is the ability to leave some of it on site if it's suitable to be used and trafficked over.
So that would potentially bring down the fill, but at the moment, it's again, worst case scenario, you bring in 6,000 cubic metres of fill.
No, the idea is that the design as it is will take 6,000, or whatever it is, 5,000 off and import 6, so a total of 11.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you have a rough idea how many truck movements that is?
A truck can sort of take anywhere up to about 12, sometimes 15 cube, depending on the density of material, and that would just be a standard road truck going off site, coming into site.
And slightly outside your area of expertise, but in terms of the contamination, I read that they may try and cap some of that.
Yeah, look, it is outside my area of expertise. I understand the process and regularly deal with how it's managed, but there are two hot spots. One had an asbestos trace and the second was, I believe it was lead or zinc. There's two options for dealing with it: either you encapsulate it on site or you simply get rid of it, and those details haven't fully been decided yet. So
you've given us sort of the maximum worst case scenario potentially if you have to take everything off, but it may not be that much if you're capping stuff on site and that.
In terms of the contaminated material, it's quite a small volume. We're only I can't remember off the top of my head, but we're talking perhaps 20, 50, maybe 100 cube, not the 5,000.
So it's not material really.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, just on that, right. So you're not here as contaminated land,
no.
Obviously we don't have that.
No, it's all tied into civil though.
Yeah. Because reputationally it's seen as a highly contaminated site. And reading through the application that's identified, but you're saying it's in hot spots, as you described them.
Essentially, yeah.
What sort of area?
I'd have to show you on NGO have completed both the PSI, DSI and remedial action plan. So remedial action plan is more around the physical construction. I think that the hotspots, one was relatively central, I believe, in the car park. It's close to the southern boundary. That's all covered in the DSI.
Okay.
Okay, so number 6, stormwater. So stormwater considerations address attenuation, treatment, flood risk and compensatory storage, finished floor level requirements and discharge to the Christchurch City Council network. So
what's the compensatory storage? How's that dealt with? That's the tanks?
No, they're quite different things. So you've got attenuation, which is the tanks essentially, and then you've got compensatory storage. So that's where you're in a flood management area or high risk area. That if that is prone to flooding, then that holds water on site. In this situation, we're not subject to compensatory storage.
And that's based on technical advice from council, isn't it?
Council's internal flood modelling team.
Because often you have to do swales or other things to.
Yeah, basically if you have a flow path that needs X cubic metres of storage and then you go and build a building on top of that, of course you take away that, so you have to offset that storage somewhere else. But like I say, we don't have to deal with that in this circumstance.
Okay.
Council has confirmed the finished floor level for the proposed building. Council's flood modelling indicates the site is not prone to flooding and standard design practice will ensure existing drainage patterns are maintained. Attenuation is required to meet pre-development existing runoff neutrality for the post-development scenario. This is being proposed to be addressed through above ground tanks for the roof runoff with a slow release to the council's network. The council for the car park hard stand following treatment below ground tanks and pumping to the above ground tanks or directly to the council outfall as proposed. Gravity discharge from the underground tanks is unlikely to be feasible due to the invert of the tanks being lower than the council outfall. The car park.
Just on that point, do you have experience with pumping? The pumping?
Personally, not myself, but the firm definitely has, and it's certainly not the preferred method, but it is possible and feasible.
Okay. Part of the council's evidence, and I was a little bit confused where it actually fell, that are council not keen for the pumping of the stormwater into the council's reticulated system, but they're okay if it's the floodwater? Is that right, or is it the other way around?
It's the second, yeah, so ideally, pumping is avoided.
Yeah.
You need to demonstrate all other aspects prior to that.
Okay. Yeah. And in your experience, you're confident that you can deliver the system without pumping if council says no to pumping?
If council says no to pumping, we would have to probably extend the volume of the tanks and confirm the gravity outfall is suitable. We've got 2 gravity outfall locations. One is proposed on Madras Street and a second on Purchase Street, but there is further deliberation that's needed with council's team to really nail that down, and that's typically dealt with a detailed design during building consent. It's not unusual to defer any of those discussions. The car park hard stand is proposed to be treated through council's accepted method of a proprietary treatment device, and roof discharge is not generally required to be treated. The outfall location is proposed the existing stormwater pipe that runs through the site. Stormwater basins to retain stormwater on site have been ruled out due to the high groundwater, which would limit capacity of the basin function.
Can you just show the, on your, what you've produced, just show the stormwater easement?
It's in the infrastructure report itself, but basically it runs through the centre of the site between the top row of car parks. It's basically through
North to south, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Has that been surveyed?
The pipe itself.
Yeah. Because sometimes pipes aren't where they're meant to be. We found that out a lot after the earthquakes.
Correct.
Fences and houses and various things.
I don't recall that we've done ground penetrating radar survey, but no.
I'm just curious, and I guess for it to meet up with Patrick Street as it needs to, then it won't be. If it is out, it won't be out sufficiently that it's going to interfere with the building.
Correct, and there's also a bylaw that sits beside the pipe as well, the easement.
Does that bylaw cover? Because I know it covers not allowed to build over council infrastructure or within the easement. Generally, councils are okay to put hard stand over it. Is that still the case?
Yes,
in your experience?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. Obviously, discussion with council is always required.
Yeah.
They don't want really high value surfacing, but.
But there's nothing unusual what's being proposed here in terms of, in your experience, you know, when you talk to council about putting down, you know, the hard stand.
No, there's not unusual.
Nothing unusual. Yeah, cool. Thank you.
All right, carry on. Sorry, we're interrupting you. That's all right.
Number 12, whilst the preliminary calculation designed for feasibility is completed, it's common practice to defer detailed design to the building consent stage, and for this reason we've proposed engineering scenarios that will be defined at a later stage of the project. So wastewater and water supply, new laterals will be required to the Madras Street mains. Council has confirmed sufficient capacity for wastewater and water supply within the existing network for both firefighting and potable demands. Reticulated power and fibre. An extension of the network will be provided from Madras Street to service the site via Orion as the power supplier and Enable for the fibre.
And you've had those discussions?
Yes. Yeah. Responses to submissions, concerns in relation to flooding, infrastructure capacity and contamination have been addressed through the council capacity modelling and standard construction controls.
Can I jump in here? Like when we're out on site, it's very wet, that footpath, and apparently there's always water flowing. Will this development, because you're going to be doing a huge amount of works to manage the stormwater and things like that, and you have to have the utility in terms of no more coming on, in theory, will it improve the existing situation on the street?
If there's existing water running down there, that will probably be an existing scenario.
In front of the site?
In front of the site. Depending on where that's coming from, whether that be sumps or groundwater percolating through, it is unlikely to change.
Yeah.
At least not make it any worse, because the whole idea is that you're no worse. Yeah.
That's neutrality.
Yes, yeah, yeah, because of course the whole side is, you know, either gravel or grassed, and that has a greater infiltration rate than pretty much 100% hard sand proposed.
Right, was 15?
15, yes, so yeah, we've been through that. 16, council officers support the findings of the infrastructure servicing report. Minor policy interpretation inconsistencies do not affect the technical feasibility. There are no disagreements between my conclusions and those council reports. And in terms of the proposed conditions, I support the proposed servicing consent conditions, except I recommend revising condition 59 to reflect a standard 12-month decreased liability period rather than 24 months as proposed. This change is reflected in the conditions attached to the evidence of Mr. Cleese. And the proposal was technically feasible, appropriately serviced and capable of implementation without adverse effects on the public infrastructure. And I support the granting consent from a servicing perspective subject to the conditions.
How much is the high groundwater an issue? 0.1 metre below here.
It's challenging, but it's not insurmountable to deal with. I mean, you look at everything around it. It has houses. They were obviously constructed and built at some time, plus all the infrastructure and roads. So, yeah, that'll just be something that's dealt with during construction phase.
Okay, when's displacement dealt with? Is that at
Displacement?
Floodwaters, if you like?
That will be dealt with as part of the building consent. Yeah.
I don't know what's happening with Canterbury Regional Council, probably matter to discuss with you in terms of groundwater interception and what have you.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that. Yeah, I can know. Yeah, that would be cool.
Is that, in terms of the, is it condition 50 in the?
I just noticed that, sorry, it's 50, yeah, not 59.
Okay.
I'll get. It's just that one.
Yes. Yep.
And why the change from, was it 24 to 12, yeah, from 24 to 12?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing that, I mean, council often have 24 months associated with stormwater basins or landscaping.
Okay.
So I think that in terms of wall infrastructure and roading,
It's generally 12 months.
Yeah.
I guess it's more engineered, isn't it, as opposed to a stormwater basin, which is engineered too, but yeah.
Yes, and it's only for vested infrastructure. So all the tanks, for example, will remain private ownership of
So what would be the vested infrastructure here?
anything within the legal boundary, basically. Yeah. So the new laterals installed, anything that sits within road reserve is generally stakeholders.
Have you looked at the flood history of the site? I'm just.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and council's commented on that as well.
It's in the FMA, isn't it? But
Parts of it,
Parts,
yeah. And that in turn has obviously guided the finished floor level.
and that's where the potential displacement issues arise, is it, with the
Yes, in parts, yeah.
I do have one more question, and it's around, there's a condition consent and it's standard about ensuring that there's no, any existing overland drainage paths, flow paths are either maintained or captured. I just wonder, it's a flat site, so it's probably not as much of an issue, but is there a site survey done early on to understand where those flow paths are? And I assume, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you find them and then you just hook them into your system and drain them out. Is that how it works? So then they're not backed up, displaced.
That's correct. So there's no identified secondary flow path through the site.
Yeah.
So
there's none at the moment?
No, there's none identified. It is incredibly flat.
Yeah.
As you talked about, there's about 0.2 metres of fall, which is very minimal for this site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. That's all right. Just wanted to double check that.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Commissioners, if we even could start, Mr. Please. I don't think we'll finish Mr. Please by lunch, but we've got half an hour, so.
Yep. Oh, just before we hear from you, just in terms of the potential to compress the timeframes, we've had a think about it and a chat about it. It probably we'll leave it as it is.
That's fine.
One of the concerns is it's administratively difficult, and also we don't want to get in a situation where we end up having two submitters who say they can arrive, can sit then, and this sort of spreads the load.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Mr. Please also has a summary.
Just bear with me a minute, please, while I get organised. No, you've got an extra set of conditions that you've got. Minor exemption to dispute.
That's one there.
It's all right. Thanks. Right. Welcome, Mr. Please. And as indicated, you've prepared your summary of evidence, and if you just want to take us through that at paragraph 4 again.
Sure. Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners. So yes, at 4, St Albans is a rapidly intensifying neighbourhood with further intensification anticipated in all strategic planning documents, given its location and close proximity to the centre of the second largest city in New Zealand. Integral to good urban form and urban design outcomes is the enablement of more intensive forms of housing in locations that have convenient access to a range of goods and services. The economists for both Woolworths and Council have identified that there is clear unmet demand for a full-service supermarket in this neighbourhood, and that this unmet demand will further increase as the suburb continues to intensify. The site has a long history of past industrial use and vacancy. It is the only feasible locational option for a full-scale supermarket in St Albans in terms of meeting minimum site size and functionality requirements of a full-service supermarket. A significant portion of the site has a commercial zoning, and as such the site is identified in the district plan as a location where a commercial centre is anticipated. The district plan policy framework for commercial centres is based around the concept of a centre hierarchy. Different centres are allocated to different steps on the hierarchy, reflecting both their size and their role and range of services offered. The different hierarchy steps are implemented via the type of zone and associated rule framework applied to the centre in question. The use of a centre hierarchy as a planning tool, in my view, has three primary purposes. The first is to enable the recovery of commercial centres following the Canterbury earthquake sequence by focusing new commercial development primarily into existing centres. The second purpose is to ensure sufficient capacity is available to enable a range of commercial and community activities to occur in appropriate locations. The third purpose is to inform where residential infill opportunities should be concentrated, so that growth is focused in locations where there is convenient access to a range of services and employment opportunities. The application of the centre hierarchy policy direction, and in particular whether the hierarchy is fixed, such that no flexibility within this hierarchy is possible without a plan change, is in my view the key point of difference between myself and Mr Blair. My reading of Mr Blair's evidence is that he considers the hierarchy to be both fixed by the size indicators contained within the policy framework, and that the proposal exceeds the role and function of a neighbourhood centre zone. In my view, the plan policy and rule framework is not fixed, but rather contemplates that centres can grow in response to changes in demand. Consideration of such proposals can be appropriately undertaken through the residence consent process, and may be approved where an enlarged centre will not undermine the role and function of other centres. The economic evidence is clear that the proposal does not undermine the role and function of other centres, and Edgware Centre in particular. And I think Commissioner O'Connell asked yesterday whether I could think of any examples of sort of a small top-up store that was in close proximity to a large full-service supermarket. I was reflecting on that overnight. I think so the Litchfield Street Fresh Choice opposite the bus exchange in town is within 550 metres of 3 full-service supermarkets on Morehouse Ave, sort of Woolworths, Pack and Save and Yet World. Another example would be the Stenmore Road value in sort of Linwood Village, which is within about 800 metres of Stenmore Road, New World and Richmond. The size of existing centres in Christchurch sit along a continuum in terms of both zoned land area and gross floor area. There is considerable overlap in practice between the larger neighbourhood centres and the smaller local centres. Both centre types anticipate that supermarkets can form part of the centre, and that's a really important sort of point to emphasise. I consider that the proposal sits comfortably in this continuum as a large neighbourhood centre. However, even if its role was found to be at risk of transitioning a step up the hierarchy to being that of a smaller local centre, the economic experts are agreed that there is no effect on any other centre. That is, the purpose underpinning the remain commensurate with centre type policy direction is therefore achieved. And I note here that Edgware, in terms of GFA, is twice the size and with a much larger store range than the proposal. The proposal likewise does not undermine the urban form directions regarding the use of centres as focal points for residential intensification, as the site is already surrounded by medium density residential zoning. Residential intensification is therefore already anticipated in the wider neighbourhood. In addition to the centre regeneration and urban form outcomes that underpin the use of a centre hierarchy as a planning tool, in this case there are also relevant directive policies requiring the regeneration of residentially zoned brownfield land be supported. The brownfield categorisation of the site is agreed with the Council's planner, and in my view clearly distinguishes the proposal from possible centre growth applications at different locations. And I know, just perhaps pause here, some of the line of questioning yesterday around why the brownfield policy direction was only in the residential chapter. And in my view, there's clear higher order sort of RPS and strategic directions objectives that Mr Leakey took it through that seek to enable brownfield regeneration. Obviously, to be enabling, you have to be enabling something over and above what the generic underlying zoning lets you do, or else there's no sort of additional enablement to incentivise brownfield regeneration. So for residential zones, we've got a medium density residential zone that already lets you do sort of reasonably sort of high density residential. So the policy in the residential chapter is there, in my view, to enable also commercial uses through a much easier policy pathway than is normally the case for commercial uses in a residential zone. So Commissioners may be familiar with the normal residential chapter policy framework, which is quite stringent around commercial activities in residential zones. It has sort of an operational and functional need policy test, and it's explicit that that policy test doesn't apply to residential zone proposals that are brownfield sites. So it's to enable sort of over and above what the underlying zone would typically let you do.
So, because that was one of my questions we were going to chat about. So in your view, it is quite specific limited to, like the brownfield policies and objectives, very specifically limited to residential zones, because the other zones already have, if it's a commercial zone, it's a brownfield, so it doesn't matter.
Exactly. So in commercial, you can do commercial.
Yeah.
You can do residential in most commercial zones as well.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want to be facilitating industrial reuse of a brownfield site in a commercial zone. Conversely, the industrial zones chapter also has a specific brownfield policy that enables industrial sites, conversely, to be redeveloped for residential and commercial, which are two activity categories that aren't normally enabled in industrial zones. So it's sort of the inverse, if you like. So
there's a consistency in terms of you've got commercial almost in the middle, and you've got brownfield and industrial, and saying, well, on certain sites, we've got some specific objectives and policies which are more enabling than their underlying zoning, if you can get the outcomes that's anticipated, which are listed in the objective policies. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we're sort of looking at what sort of areas we're around Christchurch. I know where the, basically the heavy industry areas are, if you like. I'm thinking out the part of town I live in around that old industrial area around Skellerups and the Skellerup factory.
Oh, it's a Garland's Road sort of area.
Sort of area. Yeah. So the policies enable residential development in those sorts of areas.
Yes. So the industrial brownfield policy sort of origined through the district plan review. There were a couple of brownfield overlays that were sort of an explicit recognition that those overlays covered brownfield sites, and that was the Tannery in Garland's Road, and it was also an old freezing works site out in Islington, so Waterloo Business Park now. But there was also a recognition at that time that those two sites were identified because submitters specifically sought them to be identified, but there was a recognition that there were potentially other brownfield industrial sites around the city. So the industrial chapter policies have, so the first policy is almost a gateway test of sort of are you brownfield, and there's some sort of criteria there, and then the second policy is if you pass that gateway, then this is sort of the more enabling things that you can do on that site. In the residential chapter, there's not the same gateway test, I guess. For that, you just have to look at the definition of a brownfield.
Yeah. Okay.
So then, if I carry on, so at paragraph 15, relying on the evidence of English experts, I consider that the proposal readily aligns with the district plan policy outcomes regarding both the brownfield regeneration tests and wider policy direction regarding the growth of centres. In terms of potential effects, there is broad agreement with council experts on most matters, including retail distribution, servicing, natural hazards, acoustic, contamination, and the safe and efficient functioning of the wider transport network. And again, I just sort of note, often, inevitably, I think with hearings, you focus on the points of disagreement and sort of the outstanding matters, but that shouldn't distract from the fact that in this case, there is actually a large degree of agreement on the majority of effects. In terms of those outstanding sort of areas of difference, the proposal has been amended in response to concerns raised by transport and landscape experts, and we heard from Mr. Rossiter and Mr. Brown about those over the last day or so, regarding the detailed design of site accesses and boundary treatment. And just on trees as well, there was a question from you, Commissioner Caldwell, around the ratio of trees to parking number of car parks. So Mr. Brown did a little bit of looking at that last night, and the current zone rules for commercial centres is 1 tree per 10 metres of boundary, and that 1 tree per 5 metres per 5 car parks was in the old pre-earthquake district plan, but got taken out through the district plan review process. So it's now just 1 tree per 10 metres of boundary, which, looking at the part of the site in front of the supermarket, so between the supermarket and Madras, is about 250 metres, which gives you 25 trees, sort of 1 to 10. And in front of the supermarket, we're proposing 64 trees in front, which coincidentally equates to sort of a ratio of 3.5 car parks per site. So it's just sort of, I guess, responding to that question that sort of came up yesterday around that ratio of car parks and trees. So paragraph 17, the biggest difference in view regarding effects from my reading of the evidence relates to urban design matters, which are addressed in detail by Mr. Church. Given Mr. Church's careful assessment of the existing environment, the change that has occurred in the wider area since the ODP was originally prepared, the functional requirements of supermarkets, the limited functional benefits and disbenefits of an access to Pack Street, and a robust crime prevention through environmental design assessment, I rely on his assessment over that of Mr Hatton and Mr Singh for the submitters. From a planning perspective, the proposal, in my view, reflects typical well-established suburban supermarket forms and layouts, whilst being carefully sloped in small format retail to deliver an attractive public frontage with integrated landscaping. Overall, I consider that the proposal will deliver significant positive effects and as such readily aligned to the broad policy direction sought through the district plan and ultimately part 2 of the Act. I therefore conclude that consent can be granted subject to the conditions set out in my Annex C, and obviously we're happy to have a conversation around conditions as well. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to jump? Oh, yeah, first question just around, we'll start with brownfield sites. And I agree with the evidence that it is restricted to the residential component of this, of the application site. And the policy direction, I think you say somewhere in your evidence there's actually not really any rules around this at trigger it. We just look at the definition and we've got agreement between council and yourself that it is a brownfield site. And it talks about, I was looking at the wrong policy there, providing for a mixed use commercial and residential developments. And mixed use is a defined word in the district plan. It talks about combination thereof, and that's in the objective. And then if we move to the policy, it also talks about that mixed use residential activities and commercial activities. In this proposal, site plan, obviously you're not having any residential components, so therefore you haven't really got that mix that's anticipated. So I'm just interested in your thoughts around, from a planning perspective, where that would land on the hierarchy when you're looking at, is a proposal consistent with, inconsistent with, contrary to. When I think the policy direction, because it is enabling, it's very enabling, but I think the outcome that it wants is reflective of why it's enabling, is because they want a mixed use as opposed to something maybe a bit more.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just interested in your planning perspective on where that lies on that continuum of objectives and policy.
Sure. I think for me the wider block is the brownfield site. So it's the older, sort of go back through sort of time. The Orion site took in the whole block, or most of the block, so that northern portion as well. So the whole site is brownfield. The northern half of the site has been developed by other parties for wholly residential, so there's no commercial in their part. We're delivering the commercial. In aggregate, it becomes a mixed-use development across the brownfield site.
Do you think that's what the plan anticipates? That sort of outcome?
I think so. It's saying we've got a brownfield site. We want it to be redeveloped for a mix of commercial and residential. That will be the end outcome here. We have a large brownfield site that took up most of the block that is developed for a mix of residential and commercial.
Is there a risk of one property owner saying, we're going to do all the commercial, someone else can do the residential, when it talks about brownfield sites, which I interpret to be the site that we're looking at today. And I understand your point that overall we had an ODP, and we'll talk about that probably at some point. But I guess I'm maybe a bit more focused on how the objective and policy probably should relate to a specific site as opposed to having another property achieving half of the outcome that's sought. Is that fair?
I think if the northern half was vacant still, it would be fair. I think we now know with certainty that the northern half is being developed, or has been developed for housing in its entirety. So there is, we know that there is no commercial at all in the northern half of the block. So if you like, under that scenario, the northern half have developed their brownfield site. They've gone, we're just doing residential, we're not doing mixed use at all. So in some respect, in that sense, we're almost the last cat with the rank having to sort of pick up the commercial.
But I guess the northern part is zoned for residential, so they're just doing what's important with the zone here now, and whereas you're seeking to use these enabling provisions to get an outcome, and we look at the outcome as a whole, but I'm just kind of, you can see I'm drilling down on how it that objective hypothesis relates to this site, I guess.
I take your point. I think, in my view, it would be a little bit artificial to sort of say that, especially when you have a really large brownfield site that does sort of take in the whole block, to reduce it to sort of constituent sort of parts and sort of say you can only do, you have to do a mix of everything everywhere, where invariably mixed-use developments have a residential component in one place, commercial in the other. And that was the basis of the original, if you go back to sort of Plan Change 31, that where the ODP origined from, was exactly that. Took the whole brownfield site, said we're going to do a comprehensive mixed-use scheme that had residential in the northern half, commercial in the southern half. So I sort of see us being sort of very much aligned with that, sort of the original mixed-use intention of the brownfield regeneration for the site, for this wider block.
Okay. So I just have to go back to my notes.
Sorry, just so I'm clear, so in terms of the site itself, it's really not mixed use, but you're saying that we need to consider what's already been consented or developed.
I think so. I think you can sort of properly stand back and look at the wider, because again you step up and the objective is around regenerating brownfield sites. So it's the brownfield site that you're looking to regenerate, or that's the outcome, that we don't want these large brownfield areas sort of sitting there. So in this case, the brownfield site ownership has become fragmented. So you sort of, invariably the solution becomes fragmented as well a little bit. And again, that's so you wouldn't expect to sort of, for every fragmented piece to have a mix of activities. I also sort of wouldn't necessarily read the policy or the objective policy as saying you have to do mixed use everywhere. Like the policy in particular is sort of support redevelopment brownfield sites for mixed-use residential activities and commercial activities. So I would sort of see it as potentially being an either or, not that it doesn't have to necessarily be everything everywhere.
And that's when I was reading the evidence, I thought about that as well. And I guess what triggered my thoughts that it may be it has to be combined is because of the mixed use being a defined term in the plan, which talks about a combination of these sorts of developments, and I guess that's what triggered my thought process around, well, it may not be an and or, because sometimes the odd comma in these would change things quite a lot, but in this case it's not there, and we do have a defined term, so
So as I think you could, well, I think it's open to interpretation whether it has to be mixed use everywhere or whether you can do one or the other. But even if you did say, actually, we do think it is sort of mixed use across the wider site, I think for a site such as this, where the brownfield site has covered the whole block, with PCS 31, which originally the ODP that we're dealing with, the detailed rule pack that we're dealing with, was inherently conceived as a residential and commercial mixed development, that outcome is still largely being delivered by the northern half being done for residential and our site being done for the commercial component.
so I've got a few questions.
No.
If you can do one or
Do you want to take?
yeah,
In your hands.
We're due for lunch. Should we?
we've got quite a bit, because if we go through conditions as well, we probably might need that time after lunch.
And we've got submitters coming at not until 3:15, the first submitter. So
I think that first submitter's actually not coming today as well, so we've probably got a little bit extra time.
3:30. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, should we take the lunch now? That's it.
I suppose one minor procedural point, just maybe the commissioners want to ponder over lunch. Having heard Mr. Rossiter's evidence, I'm wondering whether there'd be benefit in a discussion between Mr. Rossiter and his council counterpart and it may just help inform the council's response when they come on Friday and we've got the benefit of a bit of time. Obviously they can just talk informally, but I just wanted to raise that as a potential option with the commissioners. As to whether we'd like to, sort of an informal conference type session, just to discuss their points of disagreement. Now that Mr. Rossiter has presented his evidence, that may just help focus up that difference of opinion. I haven't raised it with the council.
I've
He's
already
raising
had an informal discussion with Mr. Rossiter
So
in regard to that, and I'm comfortable with, obviously on a without prejudice basis, if they discuss the potential resolution of the outstanding matters between them. So I did note that Mr. Rossiter has indicated that in his view there are potential other areas within Madras Street that could lend itself to widening, and that they should discuss those as well. So at the moment there is, and as I indicated to Mr. Rossiter, there are difficulties with where we could end up in terms of a recommendation between the unit, the transport unit, and the community board, and the potential stymieing, if you like, of any potential resource consent around that. So they would do well to come to have that conversation.
And that will, I don't think it needs a minute.
I don't think so. I just felt it right to raise it.
Yeah, but they need to be aware, obviously, that it's in accordance with the conferencing's in accordance with the codes. Won't be facilitated, but and they're both very experienced experts. They know that their roles to assist us. So I think there'd be some benefits in it.
And would Mr. Rossiter be able to be here on Friday when council's just because if they come to some sort of agreements or disagreements, or they do narrow down the issues, then we potentially, if it's okay, we may have to.
And there is
I'm planning on Mr. McGonigal speaking on Friday morning.
Sorry.
Mr. Call Mr.
I'll speak. Well, sorry.
If you can speak to Mr.
I think if Mr. Rossiter can liaise with Mr. Collins and let him know it's happening, then he has the option to be part of that discussion as well.
Just to keep that transparency and fairness.
I'm quite comfortable with that.
And as you know, and all experts know, we're not bound by the outcome of that.
Oh, absolutely not. I just feel it better than on Friday when we realise it may have assisted. If we can see if that conversation helps narrow the options.
But there needs to be
that's a key issue.
And there needs to be that reach out to Ms. Pepper, as I say, to make sure that.
Yeah, it's Ms. Pepper. She's fine.
No, she's disappeared.
I'll talk to Ms. Pepper.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. We'll be back at 1:30. Back at 1:30.
Is it okay if I pick up?
Yeah, go for it.
Might just pick up, it's just a bit on the brownfield side.
Yep.
This one. Look, and I guess I want to say at the outset, some of these questions might jump around a little bit, I might double back because the planning framework is not neat in this case. So, bear with me, appreciate that. In paragraph 168 of your key evidence, and this is where you talk about Mr. Hutton and how he states that the current state of the site is, well, he says it's not an important consideration. Just a bit further down from that, sort of midway down that paragraph, you say that Mr. Hutton, however, does not address the clear policy direction regarding the need to actively facilitate the regeneration of brownfield sites. And I think, picking up the conversation that we had before lunch, and I guess I just want to explore again, only part of the site is a brownfield site. And I'm just trying to clear my mind in terms of get a clear sort of direction in my mind around the objectives and policies. And I understand that we look at it as a whole, as a round, but we also have to break that down. And so just into your comments there, it seems, and I'm not putting words in your mouth, but that you may have, it appears that there's, in your evidence, you put a greater emphasis on the brownfield site aspect as opposed to, and saying that that we should be looking at it, the whole thing as a brownfield site. Just your thoughts on that.
Yes. Well, I guess it's sort of the difference between sort of colloquially, the whole site is a brownfield site. It's an ex-industrial vacant derelict sort of site. In terms of the plan policy direction to be particularly enabling of site regeneration, then that policy direction very much sits in the residential chapter. I'm just looking sort of to the higher order strategic directions direction as well. So there is that sort of that step up that you can kind of look up to as well. But I would agree that the need to sort of be particularly enabling is focused perhaps on the residential portion of it. And I think that does come back to sort of the what the underlying zone typically enables, where the commercial zone lets you do commercial, the residential zone doesn't. The residential zone, remember, is why this activity as a whole, the proposal as a whole, is fully discretionary. It's because of the commercial element in the residential zone. If we were just dealing with the commercial zone part of the site, it would be a restricted discretionary activity. Most of the rules we're triggering are non-notified. So quite a contained set of provisions.
And I guess that's why I'm really keen to understand that policy framework around it because of that, that distinction.
So so I think you're right. It's sort of I think that there's a difference between sort of what's the brownfield site and the plan definitions. And I think in terms of the definition, the whole site is a brownfield site. In terms of the policy direction to be particularly focused on regeneration, that has more kind of impact, if you like, with lands in the residential portion of the site, more so than the commercial.
Sure, get that down. A couple of places in the evidence you talk about how to the north, the development to the north of the site hasn't achieved any of the outcomes anticipated through the ODP. But my understanding is that the ODP was removed prior to those developments. Is that correct?
Yes.
So they weren't actually subject to.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. No, absolutely. So no, and clearly, you're having to sort of deal with the plan as it is today.
Yes.
The ODP is only on the commercial part of the site. The only point I was making there is that sort of the brownfield block regeneration was originally conceived as a single coherent proposal with a single coherent ODP. You then take away half that ODP and you have subsequent development that happens not subject to it, then that coherency gets lost. And so we're sort of left with this kind of rump end of the ODP that doesn't make as much sense as it did when it was part of the overall.
it'll be interesting if council has any, has found any information about why the ODP was left on this site or not.
Yeah.
Do you have any inkling?
Look, my only sort of sense is just, you know, the district plan review post-earthquake was subject to a sort of, what was it called, a sort of a minister's expectation or letter of expectation or something along those lines, which was about reducing complexity and sort of simplicity.
Order in council.
Yes, you had different chapters were done by different council staff. Some took that sort of make it simple approach, got rid of the residential chapter author, got rid of it. The commercial chapter didn't, and I don't. From what I've been able to see, there's no more science to it than that. Like I haven't been able to find any really crisp Section 32 narrative about why the north's gone and the south's remained. As you say, council may, through their our archives, be able to get to the bottom of that. But from what I could kind of see, what was sort of searchable today, there didn't seem to be any particular public reason for that.
There would have been the same decision makers, obviously, on both aspects. Would there potentially have been a scope issue if it hadn't been raised through the Section 32 analysis and stuff for it been taken off? Because you think that decision makers might have gone, well, we've taken this ODP off.
Also, and maybe there was scope through submissions as well to remove it from the northern half, but those same submitters, whatever reason, didn't seek it to the commercial zone.
I guess
so I don't know. I can't really. It strikes me as odd, but I'm not aware of the reasoning for that. So it is what it is.
Yeah. And there are some connections also, because obviously that table 1 that sort of has the definitions of each of the centres. When you look at the neighbourhood centres, it talks about the accessibility and stuff, and you can see, well, maybe there was a thought process why this was kept on here, because we're trying to keep these connections and things. So there may have been a very valid.
There may be, yes. I just think we're find out what it is
at the moment. But I guess I just want to, and stepping back and continuing that conversation. The ODP is in the plan, and it's a relevant consideration for the panel. And my reading of your evidence, you talk about how through lot 3 here there is potential for a future connection, and talking about land ownership. But obviously there's nothing now through to the east, isn't it?
That's true.
And so, is your conclusion? And because when I read your report, you sort of talk about that, but you don't really conclude on that. What's your view in terms of how this proposal fits? Is it consistent with, or generally consistent, partially consistent, or not even close to the ODP? I guess I guess I'm also thinking about how much weight you think that we should be giving the ODP.
Yes, that's perhaps the starting point. As you say, the ODP is in the plan. It is there. There are it's a set of matters of discretion if you want to depart from the layout of the ODP, and they talk to traffic, talk to size of centre, talk to sort of neighbouring interface. So they're all sort of things that certainly been sort of well traversed in evidence. Obviously, the overall application has a fully discretionary activity. So in that sense, you're not necessarily bound by the ODP or limited to just those matters of discretion. You can take a wider lens. And I guess for me, when I take that sort of wider lens, it feels like the rationale that underpins the ODP has been diminished over time, and at the same time, 15 years goes past, we have a better understanding of geotech and sort of site constraints. We have 15 years of sort of further infill into the Northlands. Demand for a full service supermarket has certainly sort of increased. So, and this is plausibly the only sort of realistic site for doing a store of this size in this neighbourhood. So, it's more of a sort of on balance. I'm sort of weighing up sort of the benefits of a full service supermarket on the only site realistically where that can be provided, versus some ODP outcomes where the world to a certain extent has moved on. And I'll absolutely acknowledge that this proposal clearly doesn't align with the ODP layout. But that ODP layout doesn't make as much rational sense as it did when it was once part of a much more coherent scheme. So then you're left with sort of saying, well, are there some elements of the original ODP that are still important to carry through? And that is that there is a supermarket, obviously we're proposing a much bigger one, but that's located in that sort of southeast corner, that consistency remains, that there's a sort of small sort of hospitality, sort of small format shop area adjacent to a courtyard, and that remains in a different location, but the outcome, if you like, is still there. And just on that pocket park as well, I just might pick up the point, so some of the sort of questions from you say, from my reading of the ODP, it was never intended as a green kind of park with a playground where you walk your dog. It's not a large sort of neighbourhood park. It was always conceived as a much more urban courtyard surrounded by hospitality and sort of outdoor seating. So it's, on the ODP 500 square metres, I can't think of any parks in Christchurch of that size that have playgrounds or things. So it was always sort of much more of an urban courtyard with sort of indoor-outdoor hospitality. And so in that sense, that essence of the park, if you like, has been retained in a different space. And then you're left with sort of, well, what about the access to pack and purchase? As you sort of pointed out, that the access to Purchase Street, or the ability to form that access, remains.
Yep.
And it's not uncommon with ODPs that you sort of implement the bit that you control and someone else implements the bit. I think Mr. Leakey sort of made that point. So in terms of sort of access to purchase, I see us being consistent with the ODP in terms of sort of we're doing what can be done with the site that's under Walker's control. The access to Pack Street, look, whilst theoretically you could argue you could sort of run a footpath around the edge of the loading bay, I think in practice this proposal does functionally foreclose that option, and I think it would be quite upfront in saying that. And so then I'm sort of trying to sort of weigh up, if you like, kind of an in the round as a discretionary activity. Is the end outcome sort of appropriate or not? Trading, to a certain extent, trading off the loss of the loss of some sort of connectivity benefit to Pack Street versus the, and otherwise I think sort of very clean, logical, functional, typical suburban supermarket layout. And where in terms of accessibility, at the moment, no one within the 400 or 800 metre circle has walking access to a supermarket. So there's nil accessibility at the moment. This proposal delivers that accessibility for 95%. And the only sort of trade-off is that sort of last 5% on Pack Street, they have to walk a little bit further. Still walkable from Pack Street, it's just a little further. So, and maybe just one last point on that. So the 400 metre and 800 metre thresholds, if you like, straight from my planning to my urban design hats, but from my, there is no greater science behind it beyond a 5-minute and a 10-minute walk. There's no, no one sort of paints a red line on the road that says, oh, you've crossed the 400 metre line, now you have to jump in your car. So it is a spectrum, so some people will walk further, some people will walk less. It's really just on the literature and the research, sort of how far do people typically are happy to walk to access something before they think actually I'll jump in the car. And so you'll typically be happy to walk a shorter distance if you just want to shoot down and get some milk. But you wouldn't sort of walk 1.5 km to, or 1.2 km to access some milk, but you might be happy to walk 1.2 km to walk to your office job in the CBD and back. So that sort of walkability threshold changes depending on the destination, and I think that was the point that Mr. Church and Mr. Rossiter were making with where you've got a supermarket with a cafe with potentially a couple of other sort of food stops or a hairdresser or whatever else goes in there. There's a bit more to walk to, and so you're never going to be walking home carrying your full weekly shop because you wouldn't walk 100 metres. You push a trolley at the boot of the car. But you would walk if it's, just to go, what you need for dinner that night, if you live within sort of an 800 metre circle, or friends come around for a barbecue, you run for sausages, you see your teenager sort of run down to the supermarket to grab it and come back. So that was a bit of a long-winded answer.
No, and it was a long-winded question. So I appreciate, because it's really important that we understand your clear position on the ODP and where it does fit within the framework.
Just clumsily exploring that further, but just in terms of weight, what weight does your in your opinion should be given to that ODP?
I would say limited weight. It's clearly there. It's clearly sort of a matter for, for discussion, and likewise, there are clear matters of discussion to assess the effects of this proposal against sort of the outcome sought in the ADP. But in my view, when you do that assessment, on balance, this is a good outcome for this area, for the site.
I'll keep going. No, sorry. I just want to sort of change pace a little bit around the existing environment, and you identify, as usual, you consider that one of the key differences between Mr. Church and Mr. Hutton is that starting point of the assessment around the existing environment, and you note that that's an important part of the assessment, especially up front, and like I agree, and I think in legal submissions there is we note about, quote from the courts, and I wonder if the courts have said that the existing environment, but also the environment is anticipated by the paraphrase, by the plan, and it's an and I think it's quite, in my opinion, it's quite an equal thing. And when I read your evidence, it appears that you've placed a little more weight on the existing environment. Can you just explain and talk me through that?
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, the existing environment obviously is what it is. There's no unimplemented resource consents applying to the site, so you don't need to worry about that. Upon reflection of the 42 report, I agree with Mr. Blair that there is no kind of true permitted baseline in play because of the sort of DSI sort of contamination requirements and earthworks within a flood management area. So we're in agreement on that. But as you say, there's also clearly the plan doesn't anticipate that the site remains vacant for forever. So there is a sort of a reasonable sort of what does the plan anticipate here. So no, I could certainly do put or have had careful regard to that, and that the plan clearly does anticipate that there is a commercial centre here of a neighbourhood centre step on the hierarchy. And I guess for the northern part contemplates that there could be some residential housing as well. But likewise through the brownfield residential policy, it also contemplates that there could be, that there is a need to regenerate brownfield land, that there's a need to sort of, incentivise and sort of enable that, and that regeneration could be for commercial purposes. And likewise at a policy level, worries that the plan anticipates that commercial centres can grow and expand as well, subject to meeting the policy criteria. So I guess there's sort of that anticipated environment is perhaps there's two steps on that, if you like. There's the sort of the anticipated under the, whilst there's no permitted baseline, what's kind of more permitted than otherwise might be the case, which is the more narrow kind of townhouses to the north and commercial that aligns pretty much exactly with the ADP on the south. But I think you could also interrogate that further to sort of through the policy framework, what is some more nuance or a more higher level kind of anticipated outcome too, where these things can change sort of to assessment.
And that higher level, so I'm making sure I get my right notes and stuff, and that's around, you have the enabling brownfield objectives and policies, and in your opinion, which differs from council's, that the commercial objectives and policies have a flexibility built into it, so that's where you're saying it's at a higher level. Okay.
Yes, so there's a clear policy around centre expansion. So very much caveated, very much subject to criteria.
Yes.
But so in that sort of anticipated environment, I would suggest that the plan does contemplate as an anticipated environment that centres can grow and expand, subject to meeting those policy tests. But it's certainly not a permitted baseline by any means. It's it's very much a sort of a through careful assessment through a consenting process, which is what we're doing here.
In your experience, using an anticipated environment like we've just been discussing, is that reasonably well accepted?
I think by planners, probably more so than the courts.
Well, it's fine then.
There is that Wellington case, isn't there, that
Yes.
a long time ago, but.
Yes, I certainly, I think where planners have got themselves caught up a little bit in the past is conflating anticipated environment with permitted environment or permitted activity, and the court's been quite clear that they are different things. So there's no permitted baseline, and I accept that. So I think it's more that sort of softer anticipated environment.
Also, is there a degree of, when you're looking at the anticipated environment, the matters that mean that this isn't a permitted baseline in terms around earthworks and contamination and things like that? Is there a degree of the nature of the reasons that there's no permitted baseline? Do you think that factors into the weight that you can give to the anticipated environment?
To a certain extent, because as you say, sort of clearly the site doesn't, or the plan doesn't expect that the site's going to sit vacant.
Yeah.
So yes, there's sort of consents that are required, but they're sort of for the sorts of things that are invariably granted. You know, they're more sort of technical consents to make sure your erosion sediment control plans are in place and that sort of thing. So it's a little bit the same with sort of townhouse development with sort of 3 or more units, where they're subject to an urban design assessment, but there's lots of townhouse developments in St Albans that are more than 3 units. So there is a sort of a package of sort of yes, these things trigger the need for a rule, but they're you know, they're very common. They're regularly granted. I think for a full service supermarket it would step beyond that. You know, it's not equivalent in terms of sort of the everydayness of it that you sort of see with sort of 4 or 5 unit townhouses or a small block of shops. You know, and I think that's reflected in the activity status. You know, it's fully discretionary. It's a notified process. It's right requiring a more careful examination.
So are you considering built form standards and those sorts of things in your anticipated, what's anticipated, or is it a more higher level anticipation?
I think the focus has been perhaps on the activity, because it's been, you know, this is in essence a commercial activity extending into a residential zone. But also because we're largely compliant with built form standards. So especially post PC14, commercial zones 14 metres height, we're 7, so we're half the height of the built form standard. We're really compliant with recession planes now. So there hasn't perhaps been, through evidence, the focus on built form that you might have otherwise got, because we've been largely compliant.
Just picking up on that point around built form, and just something I circled on the plan here, and this is quite technical, but the 3 metre high acoustic fence,
Yes.
that, because it does come around the corner and does adjoin the neighbour to the east. What's the recession plane on this site under PC14? Has that changed, or is it still 2.3?
It's maybe sorry, just check if it's actually been shown on the updated elevations. Oh, that.
Because if it's not policy, if it's not in policy area 3 or something, I think it's still 2.3, isn't it?
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah,
So
but the angle's different.
Right.
Okay, so the application of PC14, it's not applicable to this area at the moment.
It's on the residential side,
Yeah.
but on the commercial side it is. So the commercial zone rules are operative, PC14 rules. But they've because council on the residential side of the fence, if you like, is still, that was one of the matters that the council didn't agree with the panel's recommendation that's with the minister at the moment, is around the recession planes on the residential side. So the PC14 for the commercial side is still reflecting sort of the 2.3 point, but it may ultimately shift.
Would we be able to check that? Because
Well,
Recollection,
is it
is it
in the compliance table? Because
if I can take a slight step back here, is we've also now got the opt-in, opt-out directive from central government, or the enabling sort of provisions with that will come through eventually, I think, in RMA amendments, but they've been strongly signalled. And the council has had a series of workshops defining what they will opt in and opt out of. The latest version does not, has this, the residential portion of the site remaining medium density residential in terms of our opt-in, opt-out decisions. So, and that is the best I can give you at this stage.
Yeah, it is a bit of a moving feast. I think for as the rules as they stand today, that you'll make a decision on today,
Yeah,
there is a recession plan non-compliance with the fence.
with the fence.
Obviously, we've got a neighbour approval for 80% of the fence. There is a sort of a very small, roughly sort of 15-metre length adjacent to the church car park in the northeast corner of the church. Obviously, the church haven't submitted, but they haven't provided written approval either. So there's an effect that is in play, if you like, for that portion of the fence.
And in your view, sorry, we went sort of high-level policy down to something quite specific.
My fault.
Oh, no, it's, I said we might jump around a little bit, and I appreciate you coming along with the ride. 3 metres high is actually quite a high fence. And so I like to, because I don't think it's covered off in the evidence, I can't recall seeing much about it. It could be in there.
Yeah.
Just if you can, and if it is in there, I apologise, but can you just give us your view on the effects in terms of shading, dominance, from a 3 metre high fence when probably the standard is 2 metres, because then any fence over 2 metres becomes a building.
Look, there was quite a lot of work done, or liaison done with the Lot 4 owner around sort of fence heights, and that's ultimately sort of landed on a 3 metre height with a big party approval. Because I agree, so generally speaking, for residential property, probably 3 metres would, it's challenging.
Yeah.
With the church to the northeast, we took the view that it's to a car park. It's been a car park for years. The church is a very well established building that doesn't look like it's going to get redeveloped for anything, in the foreseeable future. And so, in that context, a sort of a 3 metre high fence to a car park is, I think, it's not inappropriate. And to essentially that's being reflected in the church was certainly notified of the process, haven't sort of, obviously, I won't speak for them, but they haven't submitted.
There can be lots of reasons why people don't submit.
Yes. And conversely, you've got a 3 metre high fence that, with nothing behind it, as opposed to a sort of a 14 metre high building that is set a bit further back now.
So you're just looking at a permitted built form?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or if that's in the residential side of the zone. Oh no, it is in the commercial zone, yes.
Yeah, so you could potentially. It might be a slightly fanciful because of the
Yes, dog leg.
dog leg.
But if you said it's resident, developed for residential towns, that's that's 11 metres.
Meters.
So,
So I've lost my train of thought now.
Just for clarity, the acoustic fence finishes basically on the boundary of the loading zone, is it on
yes, because the need for the acoustic fence at 3 metres is for forklifts and HGVs and things, whereas the back of the supermarket is just a sort of clean concrete edge.
Okay. And from there it's 1.8.
Yes.
Let's get a couple of questions.
Yeah. One more sort of planning level. I was just wanting to get an understanding from you as to what the relevance is on this consenting process to the Canberra Regional Policy Statement.
So in my evidence, it was in part a response I sort of felt when I read the 42i report. There was a sort of a zeroing in on the neighbourhood centre and a sense that, we're bigger than sort of 3,000 square metres policy guide, and therefore sort of plan says no. So I wanted to sort of take the panel on and sort of step back and say, what are we actually trying to achieve with the centre hierarchy? Where does it come from? Where does it origin from? And both the hierarchy, centre hierarchy directions around urban form and sort of, centres as a focal point for activity and intensification, and the brownfield directions both origin in the RPS. But I think so that was really for context, but for your decision making, the RPS came first. Well, post-earthquake we had the land use recovery plan that included chapter 6 of the RPS. Then the district plan review followed that, so gave effect to the RPS at a strategic directions level, and then the internal kind of chapters, zone chapters, policy framework gives effect to the strategic direction. So I don't think for your decision making you don't need to refer back up to the RPS in my view. There's no gap in the policy framework, and you can kind of rely on the sort of the district plan properly giving effect to the RPS. It was really me just taking the opportunity to sort of to step back and say, what are we trying to achieve with centre hierarchies and brownfield regeneration? Where do those directions that you see in the district plan come from? And so that was why because I agree, usually you wouldn't need to refer back up to the RPS, and it's not that there's a gap, it's simply sort of a storytelling or sort of the sequence of events that just got us to where we are.
Bit of context. Yeah. And in terms of your 54 and the objective, the strategic objective, again, why in a consenting process should we be looking at that?
So exactly the same storytelling of just that sequence of, and I think Mr. Leakey sort of said when the district plan was reviewed, the strategic directions came first and then everything else followed. So it's that sort of RPS first, then strategic directions, then the zone chapter policy framework. So exactly the same. I don't think you particularly need to refer back up to strategic directions. There's no real gap there that would require you to do that. It was really just to sort of say when you're zooming in on the commercial chapter, growth of centre provisions and trying to sort of make sense of how this proposal responds to that, having that deeper understanding of where those provisions would come from, what they're trying to achieve.
Okay.
Yeah, can I actually ask your interpretation of a specific policy, and one of the key policies, 15.2.2.4. And I can't with the number. It says ensure the centre is in a coherent form. 5, I think it is. Yeah. So this is about the expansions.
Yes.
And so it is one of the key policies. And I just like to understand what your thoughts are about what that actually means to ensure that the centre is in a coherent form, and coherent form in terms of what context?
I take that to be that it's, this policy, obviously you've got an existing centre, someone comes along and says I want to grow the centre in a direction. It's saying, you don't have sort of your core centre, if you like, as a rectangle conceptually, that you don't do this funny sort of dog leg, sort of down a long, laneway that then sort of has another blob out here. It's a logical, the centre expands, but it still logically reads as a centre. So I would take to be that reference to be about kind of shape and direction of the sort of transition or the expansion of commercial. So that the centre functions as a coherent centre.
So it was shape and
direction.
Direction. Yeah. Do you think that some guidance about what that may refer to can be found in the rule package for those zones?
Well, not particularly, because this is about sort of growth of centres, so it's inherently looking over the fence into the zone next door. So I'm not sure that the rules are actually that useful for this sort of exercise, because it's almost quite sort of a plan change via consent, but it is a little bit that sort of providing that sort of ability to look at where centres grow and shift.
So in your view, it's more of a higher level, this is just to help in enabling objective around it. Yeah.
In terms of the hierarchy, 59, just looking at your 59, just so I understand what you're saying there, you discuss the emphasis on the hierarchy. You say it's not an end; it's a it's a means to an end, not an end to it itself. Right. And yeah, just talk me through that. Where you say what the key purpose is in your opinion.
Yes. So the key purpose of the hierarchy, and so again, you sort of set back to sort of Christchurch post-quake, where a number of the sort of the larger, so pre-quake, we had some established commercial centres with that were focal points for sort of community investment and were generally kind of ringed by medium density housing. Then we had the quakes. A number of centres got really badly damaged, and I was sort of certainly concerned post-quake that commercial wouldn't re-establish back in those centres. It would sort of go elsewhere, and so the form or the focal point of those centres as sort of for existing community investment in those centres, but also as a tool for where your intensification goes would be weakened. So there was so the hierarchy had a kind of what were big centres pre-earthquake should remain big centres post-earthquake. From a sort of centre perspective, there was sort of centres should remain, or where you put your medium density is proportionate to the size of the centre that it goes next to. So you have bigger medium density zones next to bigger centres, smaller medium density kind of geographic kind of circles, if you like, around the small centres. And then lastly, that obviously there's a need to sort of meet commercial needs, and so there's sort of that commercial, almost that sort of MPS at UD, housing and business capacity. So there's a business capacity component too. So those sort of three things, sort of, big centres remain big centres, centres remain the focal point for where you put your intensification, and that there's enough capacity to meet commercial needs across that network. So they're the sort of the key outcomes you're looking for from your centre hierarchy. But in achieving those outcomes, the centre hierarchy doesn't necessarily have to be, in my view, fixed in place. You can still have smaller centres can get bigger, provided that they don't undermine where you put your medium density housing and undermine the role and function of bigger centres.
And achieve a high level of urban form.
Yes.
Because there's always that part that
yes. So the urban form piece for me is about that. It's the zoomed back sort of helicopter view of the city of sort of where you put your medium density. It is when we sort of talk about urban form in the context of sort of centre hierarchies. So it's not the zoomed in urban design of the centre itself. It's more that centres, commercial centres as focal points for them putting a circle of medium density around is your urban form. So the biggest form and scale is sort of in the CBD, most intensive housing. Then you've got your key activity centres, sort of Northlands, Riccarton, Papanui, Eastgate, with circles of sort of, or large circles of medium density around them. Then your sort of mid-sized commercial centres, sort of smaller commercial and smaller housing around them. So wanting to sort of make sure that you don't get a small centre in a sort of a low density suburban context suddenly becomes a big centre, but doesn't have the typical kind of ring of medium density around it.
So does urban form also take into account the roading network in terms of hierarchy and stuff?
I don't think urban form does. I think some of the criteria around growth of centre does. So that policy 15.2.4 was sort of B2 is being integrated with the provision of infrastructure, including the transport network. And I think that's sort of a clear reference to larger centres.
So you think it's covered off elsewhere in that,
yes.
that checklist?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And it's the same criteria or similar criteria as in the residential brownfield enablement policy too, which also talks about sort of roading environment. And indeed, I think it's one of the matters of discretion in the ODP for the site too, if you're doing something different. Or it might be as the ODP, or it might be the GFA limit for St Albans. One of the matters of discretion is effects on the transport network.
Might be matters of discretion.
Okay, and just in 60, you say there, we talk about this, you say no retail distribution effects, and that's the evidence that we have before us. And also no wider urban form, which we've been discussing, and function effects.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's the impact on the next one up.
It's, yes, while the urban form effects, I'm saying there's no impact in this case because the site is already surrounded by medium density. So it's not, we're not creating that sort of larger centre in a sort of a low density suburban context. So it's already an environment where medium density is anticipated, that sort of proximity of sort of townhouse development to services is already in place.
Mm. So it's largely in terms of the overall planning framework, in terms of the centres and where they sit in the hierarchy. Do you say it's really an issue of determination of effects ultimately?
Mm.
And largely economic retail distribution effects? Oh, we've just talked about the urban form aspect.
Well, yes, that's a key element of the hierarchy. So I don't think you could. Well, I think it would be very challenging to grant a consent for a centre expansion if it was going to directly lead to the sort of significant retail distribution effects on another centre, especially one higher up the hierarchy. But that's not the case here. It's certainly not the only matter in play at all. There's very much the sort of the transport infrastructure piece, the urban form piece, and then the more zoomed in kind of detailed design, if you like, of sort of site boundaries and interfaces. So I'm certainly not saying retail distribution is the only matter in play, but it is a really important matter that does sort of consistently come up in the policy direction as a key criteria.
Okay, what about the sort of the integrity issues? Well, we've got the effects issues and
Yes.
where does the integrity issues fit in?
So I don't see there being integrity, or this plan or this proposal generating integrity issues. It comes down a little bit to how you view the district plan. My interpretation of the policy framework is that it is flexible, and so centres can grow and expand subject to criteria. And so if you have a proposal that does meet those criteria, then it's in accordance with the plan, so it's not threatening integrity. And it has also said in evidence, this site in particular has some sort of distinctive elements to it, in that it does have its own bespoke set of rules, and it is a brownfield site, so the brownfield policy is in play, at least for the residential part that it might be expanding into, which we are very unusual to sort of see those two circumstances duplicated elsewhere.
Could you just touch those two circumstances again?
The bespoke St Albans Centre rules around sort of GFA limits and sort of RD non-notified to go beyond those, and the brownfield.
Right.
Just on the brownfield issue, and it's darting around, but in terms of you agreed with B's interpretation of that, and not basically they don't disappear over time. The brownfield, the benefits of the brownfield policy, yeah. Just why is that?
Well, I think you have a site that has a industrial use, that industrial use ceases. And the site then becomes sort of derelict or vacant. That's its kind of condition, I guess, until it gets regenerated. It's perpetually a vacant ex-brownfield site. Then you come along, you regenerate it, and then post-regeneration, it's no longer an ex-brownfield site. It's now a newly regenerated residential and housing commercial centre. So, in my view, that it sort of stays brownfield until such time as it gets regenerated. And almost I'd suggest sort of the need to incentivise regeneration only grows the longer it has sat vacant. a site that's vacant for 2 years is less, is different to a site that's been vacant for 20 years.
Okay. So you don't see a process that goes through a planning process and changes the zone and enables different, you don't see that as...
Well, I guess it's one option, because obviously district plan reviews only roll around every 10 or 15 years. So. And I guess it's just to prevent...
sorry, well, there might have been clumsy in asking, but you don't think zoning of the land or changes to the zoning of the land it creates a break in it's an actual redevelopment from your perspective?
No, I think it would remain brownfield land. Obviously, if you were to change the zoning of it, that's a tool, I guess, for enabling regeneration. But it doesn't, the site would remain a vacant industrial site until something else happens on it.
Okay. And that's the development itself. That's the break in the chain order.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the break comes when the site redevelops for a different use, not when it gets its own change.
Okay, just remind me of more sort of clarification of just what your opinion is in terms of it. Paragraph 65, just an explanation really. You say the 3,000 square metre metric is simply a policy guide.
Yes.
Yeah, so just explain what you mean by that.
Well, I think that there are no rules that limit centres to sort of 2,000-3,000 square metres. So it's simply a policy. Yeah, it's a sort of, I read it as a descriptive. So that's skipping back. That table is has sort of a qualitative narrative, I guess, around sort of the role and function of centres. And then I see that the 3,000 metric as being sort of an indicative, so it's all about kind of, this is the look and feel of sort of a typical centre in this slot. And because there's no rules to sort of say you can't go beyond 3,000 square metres, it is only a policy guide. But likewise, there's no directive policy around neighbourhood centres, shall avoid being larger than 3,000 square metres GFA as a policy either. So I read it as simply being part of that narrative, or qualitative description, if you like.
And that was one of the points of contention at the moment, is that you consider that's a GFA, while council considers that to be an area.
Yes.
Right, so it's got the non-complying, the absence of a non-complying activity rule and the absence of an avoid policy direction. That's what you're saying. That's what it brings it in. Is that influenced at all by the limited use of non-complying activities in this plan?
Not particularly. I mean, there certainly are. There certainly are non-compliant activities used in the plan, and especially in the industrial zones in particular, there's quite a few non-compliant activities around residential, around commercial. So it is definitely used when there is an activity you really don't want to see in the zone.
You may not know this, but in terms of the centres which you've identified in your table 1, I mean, have they grown since the plan came in, or are they basically a ring fencing of what was there?
So these, yes, the land areas were just me kind of measuring off Google Earth, so they're approximate. So they're measuring zoned extent. So in that sense, they haven't grown because it's the zoned extent. The GFA numbers, I suspect, will have changed over time as they sort of infill, but I haven't done a deep dive into what those changes might be.
In 69, you described it as an outlier. This is a St Albans Centre being an outlier. And that's because of the nature of the rules.
Yes. So that's in terms of that.
Anticipated.
Yes, anticipated sort of policy guide of sort of 3,000, but already the centre is distinctive because it's the only naval centre that has a rule attached to sort of GLFA.
And that's 3,500.
Yeah, as a restricted discretionary non-notified rule.
Yeah. That excludes supermarket?
No, it includes.
That's right, yeah.
Which is the standalone, is that 800 or 1,000?
Yes, yeah. So there's 2 rules on supermarkets. There's the generic neighbourhood centre zone rule that has supermarkets at 1,000 square metres permitted, and then RD after that. And then there's the bespoke St Albans rules that have a supermarket at 800 square metres and then RD after that.
So that's what we are.
Yes, so that's one of the rules that are breached by the proposal. Yeah. Yes, and so the St Albans Centre rules, so enable 800 metres is one tenancy, and then 2,700 square metres is small format. I think that's the point that Mr Rossiter was making earlier around traffic generation, that if you have 2,700 square metres of small format activities, they actually generate as much traffic as one large supermarket that has a sort of traffic per square metre, which, if you like, is sort of less intensive as a generator than lots of small shops.
No, I think in terms of substantial questions, I think okay, but I've got a lot of questions. If the panel was of the view that we didn't agree that the site was a brownfield, the residential component, then I just want to clarify that we would then actually have to look at objective 14.2.6, which is non-residential activities in the residential zone. So that's just how that falls away if it's deemed to be a brownfield site. Because that's quite a fundamental change in the policy framework if the panel is going down that path.
It is. And that would be perhaps an example where there is a little bit of a disjunct in the plan policy framework, in my view, where you've got the commercial chapter has a clear policy on centre expansion. Centres invariably are surrounded by residential zone land, so for a centre to expand it has to be into a residential zone. Yet the residential chapter doesn't have a commensurate policy. It has those sort of the policy section that you just read out, Commissioner. So where there are much more directive policies around sort of need to demonstrate functional and operational need, which I guess you could potentially argue if there was a clear demand for a centre to be bigger and functionally it can only expand into a residential neighbourhood, then there is a clear functional need to go there. But there is a little bit of a disjunct there, which is where you may need to sort of refer back up to the strategic objectives.
Because it's very directive
Yes.
policy to restrict
Yeah.
other non-residential activities unless there's an operation.
And again, that origins out of sort of post-earthquake Christchurch, where centres have been damaged. There's a real concern about commercial flight to residential neighbourhoods and sort of setting up and buying a couple of houses and what have you. So,
Right, I think the rest of mine were more in terms of effects, which you're in essence relying on the expert. Conditions.
Yes, yeah. Well, just before we jump onto that, I was just wondering, have we got clarification yet around that ground level that I mentioned the other day for neighbouring properties? It's a bit of a planning question, and
It's still being looked into, just in terms of that, the
Displacement.
foundation displacement.
well, not displacement in terms of landscaping and stuff like that, because it's probably jumping back to a bit of an urban design landscaping amenity, but it does fall into the planning category.
Yeah.
Because if the foundations have to extend out beyond the footprint, then tree types and stuff like that. I'm just wondering if we've got an update on.
Not yet, sorry, the engineers are looking into it, they're just as to how that design looks.
And I appreciate that detailed engineering design is some way down the track, even if considered coverage. Do we pick up some stuff around conditions?
If you go.
Yeah, just chat about conditions.
Fine.
I guess when I read these conditions, I understand, it's really good when council gives a starting point, and then you guys have provided feedback into that, and it means we can have quite a discussion around it today. I guess from my perspective, I like conditions, if there's key aspects to an activity, that even though they might be captured by condition one, but they're actually also detailed in the conditions, particularly for monitoring. And I guess when I read through these, I don't see conditions around the hours of operation. And I think we highlighted a bit of a potential misalignment in the condition that talks about potentially some of the other tenancies being able to operate longer, but the noise evidence appears to have been set between 7 and 10 or 7 or even what it is. So I guess what I'd like to see is some conditions around key things like hours of operation, and there may be a little bit of flexibility or an advice note, because there will be staff on site, for example, outside those hours for the bakery and cleaning and other things, but just those key sort of hours, because it does lead to effects, I guess. Also, in terms of signage, there's no specific rule around signage, and I know that we've got the plan here and stuff, and I think in the evidence somewhere it says they won't be illuminated, but signage is an ever-evolving art or science, with digital signage and things like that, and I think we haven't got any evidence before, it hasn't been applied for, we've got no evidence before us that these could be digital, but I see them coming through sometimes as digital, so I wonder if we could have either some evidence around that for us to consider, or have some conditions looking at ensuring that these signs aren't going to have an adverse effect that we haven't taken in mind to.
on that point, in terms of signage in the application is clear that they are not LED signs, so that's very much that. Again, I guess it comes back for you to sort of what's in condition one and what's overt.
Yeah.
The intent is that they are not LED signs. So I don't see, if it would give you comfort, I don't see an issue particularly with making that explicit as a condition. In terms of hours of operation, again, there is a sort of condition one. I think there is an hours of operation in terms of, there's an hours of operation in terms of outdoor use of the courtyard, and there's a separate condition around alcohol sales within 75 metres of a residential zone, which is most of the site, which and that's a reference back to a rule in the district plan. Obviously, most of where the commercial is a commercial zone, and there are no hours of operation limits in the commercial zone in general, provided that you comply with noise. You know, like, you know, kind of the generic. So in that sense, that's where we sort of took the advice note approach that the supermarket is applied for on the basis that it is a sort of 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. opening. We don't know what the small tenancy tenants are going to be. They could be quite benign. That's very plausible that they would be compliant, in which case there's no issue. Or if they're not compliant, then they need to get consent for them. And then that consent would look at the specifics of the tenancy, whether it's sort of a noise management plan specific to them, so you can kind of tailor everything has to shut after 10, when there might be sort of some activities that are actually quite benign after that, like we talked before about, you know, the sort of swipe card gym access, as an example.
Yeah, and I guess the reason that, and I take your point there, and what address the advice notes in there as well, and there's uncertainty about future tenants and stuff in those sleeve ones. I guess all the noise evidence we have before us is based on the hours of operation, primarily with the supermarket.
Yes.
And obviously a lot of that's actually probably generated from the trucks loading and unloading, but we do have residential neighbours very close by, so that's why I'm sort of keen to maybe lock them in. You know, it is in condition 1, and I've been in many situations where we've debated, you know, should we just rely on condition 1, but I find, in my experience, when there's some key things like that, it is quite often good. Everybody knows the expectations, you know, it's quite a good thing for the consent holder ultimately as well.
No, well, certainly if you're able to indicate what are the key matters, then we can kind of, open to sort of very open to working with, you know, around conditions on those. It's a little bit, it gives a chance to try and sort of second guess what those might be. But certainly hours of operation for the supermarket, you know, that's easy. We can do that. There's already a condition around the loading bay, you know, is shut between, you know, that sort of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. So that sort of covers that issue off. And we can reflect at our side, you know, alternatively about what we think might be some key.
And obviously council will be asking them some questions around, so.
Yes, because that is the other option, you know, in terms of the condition package in general, is obviously a bit like with the traffic engineers, sort of, you know, very happy to kind of work with Mr. Blair around a trust. So I guess sort of working through a little bit sort of the background order of how we go about pulling a sort of a draft set together for you, whether we have first go circulate Mr. Blair, he kind of comes back, or whether South and Mr. Blair sort of get together. Open to that. Sort of mindful as well with the conditions that a lot of these are very standard council conditions, and a lot of them are origin from some more subdivision side of things. So within the sort of the Christchurch kind of land development professional community, I guess there's sort of quite a high degree of sort of shared understanding of how these very standard conditions work. So I'm sort of a little bit hesitant about doing sort of bespoke conditions that could potentially sort of cause more issues than they solve a little bit. That said, if there are gaps, obviously open sort of to addressing those. But when we went through, when we were, you know, reviewing the 42I report, went through them, circulated them to you know, civils and transport, very consistent feedback I got was, these are really standard conditions that we work with all the time. We know how they work. They're effective. They do the job. So.
I see them regularly. Yeah. I guess there needs to be a bespoke element.
Yes.
But I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel by any stretch of the imagination. I know how these came about. I was involved in that process. So,
absolutely. And if there's a need for some bespoke, sort of, you know, some matters that need to be more explicit. Absolutely.
Yeah. I'm and unfortunately, I was taking my conditions over lunchtime, or back to the office at lunchtime. But I'm concerned about landscape and ensuring that that what's proposed, you know, eventuates and is maintained.
Yep.
And I'm concerned about the, you know, you have put some specifications in terms of sizes and planting, etc. But I would prefer to see a bit more detail about that, because making sure that in what could be a difficult environment, making sure that those plants do what they're meant to achieve.
Yes.
Yes.
And whether with the landscape, as you heard when I was talking with Mr. Rossiter, it's whether it's just generally that the landscape will get maintained as intended, or my concern around the pedestrian visibility displays, whether that needs to have a particular lens on it.
Yeah.
Which is why I think a landscape management plan is the important thing, and that can address matters such as that too. I think that they're important matters. So it's not just the surviving, it's the
It's the thriving rather than
Yes.
surviving, yes, okay.
And there's a brief discussion, I think, with Mr. Brown around irrigation. He said, oh yeah, that will be in a plan somewhere.
Yeah.
And you're going, well, is it on the plan? And
Yeah.
the applicant wants this to look as good as it can as well. So we appreciate that, but also there needs to be that balance.
Yes, that confidence that it will thrive, not survive, yeah.
Yeah. There's one thing, and again, it's a standard conditions, and it's not one of my bugbears, but I do know that there's quite a few certification or acceptance type conditions which are pretty standard. They all have different times when you have to give stuff to council. One's 3 days, one's 20 days, one's before commencement operation and stuff. And I wonder for ease, because I guess because of some of the constraints or restrictions on the sites around how difficult the ground improvements could be, and we've got contamination, we've got quite a lot going on, and it is a major road. And I wonder if there could be potentially looking at maybe coordinating that 20 working days out, because I think that would also then give the applicant a deadline, but also then council, if they know what's going on, should be able to say, well, we need to have a group of people ready to have a look at these in time as well.
Mm-hmm.
And just adding on that, there is in condition, under the construction management plan, condition 5, there's an advice note which I think is really handy about what happens if council comes back and go, well, we're not going to certify this, or we've got a concern within that.
Yes.
So I wonder if that needs to be a generic advice note that actually refers back to all the management plans, because otherwise we've got a TMP that, so that's sort of detail, but I'm just trying to make sure that we get a really clear structure. There's like,
No, that will make sense.
Origin 7 control 5 working days prior.
Yep.
Should council be assessing a condition of consent against a regional air plan, which is condition 10, a dust emission? Or should we just say that dust emissions must be appropriately managed within the boundaries of the property? Because I'm not sure where city councils had to somehow check what a regional council's requirements are.
Again, that's
very standard.
It's very standard condition.
Often I take it out.
Yes.
that's condition 10 you're talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, condition 10.
Yes. I guess it's, I would really say, manage your dust to be compliant.
Yes.
It's a little bit like the noise, manage your noise sort of to comply, and if you don't comply, then it could almost be an advice note in some respects, and that
Because you need to do it anyway.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just the first sentence, though.
Yeah, the first
the
sentence.
action stay condition.
Possibly. Or you take out the incompliance or put an advice note that the regional air plan also controls dust or something.
And then I think in terms of condition 20, we just talked yesterday about the landscape, when the landscaping should be completed.
Yes.
And I think I prefer to see it prior to
opening.
Yeah, because in theory, under the way it's drafted, you could do all the car park stuff and then leave them around the tanks and that. I'm not suggesting that's the case, but.
And I think the point you made yesterday that invariably Woolworths in finishing the site will put the landscaping in fully over.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just easier.
And,
Yep. No. I know these. No.
Okay, so another one, going back to the landscape, you've got the landscape generally, and I've found my conditions. So you've got that taken out there with the comment negated by the recommendations that have been either accepted or and the approved plans, condition 1. So that's appropriate from your planning perspective? The removal of the specification and the reference to the concept plans? Sorry, it's on, not numbered, but it's on, it was condition 20, which was deleted, and then you've got the comment
Yes.
there.
So condition 20 was written obviously by Mr. Blair when he had Mr. Head's series of landscape recommendations about things that needed to change. And so this was sort of his condition was that we would submit a revised landscape plan to the council sort of to take into account Mr. Head's recommendations, and then the sort of the A to M kind of captures those recommendations. But because we, or Mr. Brown, largely agreed with Mr. Head's recommendations, they've all now been taken out and included in Mr. Brown's replacement landscape plan. So that replacement landscape plan will now form under the new condition 20, this landscape design report revision D. So that effectively is the new landscape plan that has already ticked all those sort of A to M boxes. So I didn't see the need, therefore, to resubmit that through council, because it now effectively becomes the approved plans.
Would it be useful to have, as part of condition 1, actually the list of the approved plans as well? I see that in some areas, and I know from experience, files can get quite long, and if we're at the point where the panel was with a view to grant consent, it'd be quite good to maybe just have the list of, I think that the plans in your evidence.
Yes.
Mr. Queen's, yeah.
Yes. No, in the comment box there, certainly anticipate that the plans are an extra A to my evidence and Mr. Brown's revised landscape plan. But yes, we can certainly sort of make that explicit in the list.
Okay, so in terms of environmental health, we haven't had any evidence on that. So do we need to look at the site management remedial action plan dated 16 August 2024 to decide whether that's appropriate?
Yes, so that was submitted as part of the application, reviewed by council through the 42A process. Their evidence was that they were sort of satisfied with it. So then these conditions 23 to 26 are the very standard conditions that we get for, we provided a DSI to council with a remediation action plan. Council reviewed that, they're satisfied with it. So then it's about implementing that plan. And again, with the nature of the contamination, the solutions are relatively straightforward. So it's commercial use, so it's at a higher threshold, if you like, from residential, just with the tolerance levels. The areas of the contaminated soil is either taken off-site to an approved facility, such as Truck Cape Valley, or it's encapsulated under the building foundations and documented as such.
Okay. What about leaching of contaminants? It was an issue identified by some of the submitters.
Yes.
How's that addressed?
It's so as I'm not an environmental scientist, but as I understand it, the contaminants in question aren't particularly leachable. Like asbestos is just a mineral. Lead is sort of the same. The site sat there vacant and open to the elements for the last 25 years. So I suspect for most things that would have leached will have leached by now. And then with the management of that soil, either you're encapsulating it appropriately, and that appropriate encapsulation ensures that it doesn't leach. Either it's a material that isn't susceptible to leaching, or it's contained within sort of a geotextile sort of material, or it's taken off-site to Cape Valley.
Yeah, it's just for the high water table and that sort of thing.
Yeah. So that will inform which of those two solutions, sort of encapsulation or removal, will go ahead depending on the type of contaminant.
In terms of 26, condition 26, the summary of works or the site validation report, remind me, is that a report that basically is reviewed and filed, or is that a report that council needs to double check that it's met the remedial plan and stuff? I'm just wondering for that certification or acceptance. It's not there, and I know this is a standard condition. And, maybe Mr. Blair could have a look at that.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh no. I guess we'll get some evidence from the environmental health people, Council's environmental health people in the next couple of days, just around whether the site validation report requires an acceptance process.
Condition 26.
Yeah, condition 26.
In my experience, it's more of a take and file. That the works have to be undertaken by a SWIP. That person sort of has the responsibility for properly documenting.
Yeah.
So once the works have been done, they document that they have indeed been done to an appropriate standard, and that's filed with council. So in practice, it tends to be more of a filing exercise, in my experience.
I'm comfortable either way, but as long as we can get that sort of clarified to make sure that condition meets the intent or whatever's required from that. To the acoustic, we had that discussion earlier. Just wondering your thoughts around whether, because if consent was granted, it would be granted for some non-compliances around the noise on some boundaries. And I've seen it both, just people refer back to condition 1, but when there's something quite specific like that as well, is it useful to have that as saying that this consent is granted on the basis that there will be an exceedant on these boundaries, and then for monitoring purposes and compliance purposes?
Yeah, I think, as you say, I've seen it done both ways. I think ultimately, if there is an enforcement issue, you ultimately get to the end point the same.
Yeah.
But I don't have.
Get there quickest than.
Yeah. Look, I don't have a particular concern with having a specific condition that sort of says, look, we apply for a 1 or 2 dB, exceedance on these two boundaries, so we can exceed up to that point, but we can't exceed by 5 or 10, and be explicit about that. I mean, in practice, I think just the condition 1 is adequate, but likewise, I don't see great harm in having a more explicit one if that would.
Yeah, I guess over the years I've seen some ambiguity comes through condition 1 sometimes, especially when you get down to some quite nitty-gritty stuff, and also I think in certain specific conditions like that, protect all parties, protects the neighbour if they come in and they can see it quite clearly, and the council can see it quite clearly, and sometimes it can save a lot of angst and time and resources trying to find out what.
Yeah, I appreciate it. And I guess it's especially the case where there has been a sort of an RFI process, a bit more of a iterative, there's
That's right.
the application is the RFI, there's the evidence. No, I conceptually have no issue with that.
Because these are read, of course, not just by planners, but the conditions are also, be read by neighbours and what have you as well. So they need to be.
User friendly.
Yeah, if you go back to, if you're a submitter and you go back to the documents presented, it makes it hard to give
I appreciate that.
enforcement order.
And I think there was, in the earlier discussions, Mr. Rossiter, there was some discussion about whether the sort of traffic transport related ones can somehow be maybe coordinated a bit closer together or to assist, and also I guess you're going to give us some response around the markings on the road or any road works required on the road, around the approvals and how.
Subsequent approvals.
Yeah, and how, as a panel, when we're thinking about these things, whether there's a easy or an appropriate path forward.
Yes, in terms of that sort of structuring, I was reflecting on that over the lunch break. Because you can either structure your conditions sort of thematically, so you put all the transport conditions together, or you structure geographically, so sort of the conditions that apply to the site, the conditions that apply to works within the road corridor. And these have very much been arranged as sort of the more geographic split. So here's the on-site conditions, here's the road corridor conditions. And personally, I quite like that approach.
But you can put them together too, like one under the other,
Yes.
like that.
Whereas this way, sort of, where we're doing works within the road corridor, it's very clear that sort of it's condition 37 to, whatever it is, and that's the bundle. And these are very much sort of the typical package of conditions that go for works within the road corridors. So contractors are quite used to seeing this as a package.
Yeah,
Whereas when you kind of disassemble.
I don't mind them as being a package, but it just seems a bit fragmented where they sort of occur through the,
Yes.
I agree, it's quite good, because often I've seen them as well where they have, heading within, 20 working days prior to, and then you have all your, your CMPs and all the stuff that you have to do under that, and I'm not suggesting that you get right down to that level, but there just seems to be a bit of a fragmentation between.
Yes, I'll just have a think of that. I guess, it's tricky because the works on the Madras Street bundle go from 37 to wherever they go,
I guess
59. If they slot in under the sort of the traffic TMP in condition 3, you've only got just 3, then 3 to sort of condition 30 before you get to the rest of it. Whereas, personally, I quite like how council had structured where the substance of the conditions that apply to their site are all up front, and then you have the sort of almost a separate package as a kind of an addendum at the end for the works within the road corridor. But you're absolutely right, Commissioner O'Connor. You can slice and dice it, either way, and so we can certainly reflect on that.
And see how And I sort of just have one last one. It's quite an easy one. Usually around the construction management plan, and I'm just double checking that I haven't got. It often refers to a New Zealand standard which has your hours of construction and things. Have I missed? Because there's nothing in here that I can see has jumped out at me that actually, again, you've got condition 1, but around when construction will take place and whether, on Sundays or public holidays.
I think that's condition 17 to 17 and 18, so around the construction noise and vibration management, where
There's ISO,
to comply with construction noise, in effect, you're operating kind of during daytime hours.
Okay. Again, I've seen that pulled out, just the construction hours as a
Yes,
specific condition, because it's quite,
yes.
yeah.
Yes, and again, that sort of difference that can be between just staff arriving on site and sort of getting a briefing for the day.
Yeah, that's right. There's
the
always
diggers
an
going
activity and go on that doesn't really generate much noise
Yes.
at all. But heavy trucks coming on at
Yep,
6:30 in the morning,
yes,
all rolling for, And I guess again, it's just about someone else picks this consent up.
sure.
If consent was granted, then
Yep.
they can see what, that's.
Yeah, I've talked about the landscape maintenance provisions that I would like to see expressly referred to.
Yep.
Do you have any other traffic comments? Yeah, it's that sort of layout thing I think which is confusing, because I was looking at if you look at condition 2D, no, 3 rather, it talks about, the TMP. But then you've got to go back to, condition 2 to find out what the objective of that is.
Yes. Yes, I think as Mr. Leakey sort of said earlier, we may well be able to sort of consolidate these as sort of condition 2, have condition 2, TMP, this is what it should achieve, and this is how you go about doing it, and then condition 3 is we need a structure management plan, this is the objectives, this is how it does. Right,
I think that's much easier for a
yes,
for a label.
because otherwise you have to sort of jump back and forth the whole time. Yep.
And I wonder if there needs to be just a bit of clarity with each of these management plans, and the load center control plan and stuff. But they must be implemented and maintained for the duration of that work. They just did, slightly different wording, but I think if we could just get some specific wording around that, because often we say do something, provide us with a plan, and then
yes,
But not actually do it.
yeah, we don't. There's nothing in there that tells you what you need to do with it once you have it certified. So. Looking at that lighting condition as well, that's a good one just to add when things need to be submitted. It does say prior to the commencement, but I'm conscious if it's 4 days before opening.
Yeah.
We appreciate, council, had 2 staff members away and so maybe just a bit of lead in. So it's pretty detailed stuff, but I think it's quite important that we have a suite of conditions before us.
Yeah, and again, going back to landscape, but it's that issue in terms of the cross-referencing. And you've got those there in the landscape design report. Just not sure whether that, because I would expect again to be able to pick this up and look at it and say, just more detail there, because you talked about, and I know in the documentation there is reference to PB 40 or whatever it is in terms of bag sizes, but again it's that fishing around that I find a bit difficult. And again, with the replacement of the maintenance, dead replacing, etc., I would expect to see that in the landscape management plan as to how that's dealt with. I just think in this context, landscaping is important, and all, but in this context, I think, given the degree of reliance on the landscaping, it's important that it's fully addressing conditions. Okay, when we're presenting something for certification, such as the CNV MP, so that certification of the completeness of the of A to G, is it?
Sorry, what was that?
Okay, so when the consent holder was submitting the CNVMP to council
Yes,
for 20 working days for certification,
yes.
what's that certifying? Is that certifying A through to G, or is it certifying what?
Yes, that the response or the sort of how you're going to go about things seem reasonable and effective. So typically where the objectives are, or you know, CMP must include but not limited to, and there's the list that certification is confirming that the plan does adequately cover off those matters. Which I think goes to some of the comments you were making this morning around the importance of having those sort of objectives of what the management plan is meant to achieve clearly articulated.
I think so. Yeah, okay. We've got a little bit of time. Well, not a huge amount, but in fact, we haven't got a lot of time. Time for afternoon tea. Yeah. Before we move into this. No, we can have a talk towards the end of the week, but in terms of your reply and those sorts of things, well, I mean, we can discuss that.
Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, just a signal, I think, well, my feeling would be it's most useful for that to be in writing, perhaps
That's our feeling.
taking you to some key points that we're thinking
Yeah.
through, but of course, in your hands, but that would be my preference.
Yeah, that's our preference too. So,
Thank you.
Yeah, signal that now.
No, that's great. Thank you. So that concludes for now our case.
Okay, all right, we'll take 15 minutes, wouldn't it? Yeah. Angela, Jim? No?
You might have to wait 5 minutes.
All right, we'll wait 5 minutes perhaps. They're scheduled for 3:30, so we might have to, yeah.
Hello, I can't hear anyone. I can now.
Okay,
No?
you can hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Right, okay. Welcome and thank you for coming online.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me. I'll just draw the curtains because the brightness behind you. Behind me, rather. Goodness me. Right. Thank you. What, would you like me just to speak?
Yeah, just summarise your submission and tell us what your concerns are. And we've read the submission.
Good, I'm glad you have, because I've forgotten what I wrote in it, but let's see how we go. Look, I think the most important thing that I wanted to communicate was, as a result of having spoken to a number of residents in the area about the, excuse me, I'll just get rid of that phone call. I have spoken to a number of people in the area, several hundred, who interestingly did not seem to be, didn't reflect the numbers of the submissions. And I know that there was, I'm not going to say orchestrated because that sounds slightly Machiavellian, but I don't mean that. But there was certainly an effort from a number of people that are not keen to have a supermarket on that site because of what they perceive as a very negative effect on the Edgware area, the Edgware shops and so forth. I did read the zoning hearings from, I think it was about 2015 or 2016, and certainly it was a concern that was raised at the time of the rezoning. There's a lot of evidence in those zoning applications and papers that show that the concern about the viability of Edgware doesn't seem to stack up, certainly in those hearings of 2015, 2016. And I would suggest, and from what I have heard since from people who visit Edgware, Edgware has become stronger and stronger. So I think that even those concerns then should be less now. I did a very unscientific vox pop meeting people in Edgware last Saturday and a few Saturdays ago. And as I said, very unscientific. And of the 10 people I said, hi, where are you from? 8 were from outside the area. So again, that's not scientific, but there was a guy who comes over from Prebleton each weekend to get stuff from Peter Tim's, the butcher's apron there. There was a couple that came from Belfast because they come from the juices at Crisp, the veggie shop. And what I found door knocking as well was that people would still go to Edgware for the things that they wanted that would not be at the supermarket. So generally it was certain types of meats from Peter Tim's. The second-hand bookshop got a mention as well in Edgware when I asked people about what would bring them into Edgware. And at the moment, most people seem to be going either to do their big shop at Pack and Save in Papanui, or they would go to Morehouse. And so people will still do their big shops in big supermarkets, but they will go to Edgware, their local village, for things like the bakery was mentioned as well, and the vegetable shop, the grocer, and the butcher. I did speak to the Tim's gentleman who owned Peter Tim's Butchers, and it was interesting that when the Northlands Pack and Save opened, they had quite a significant drop, they said, in income and attendees, customers, for the first month. So people did seem to, and I said to Chris Timms, do you think that's because people went up to the supermarket? And he said, yes, I think it probably was, but that has more than righted itself now. So, it's interesting that people will try something, but then they tend to go back to what they know. And Edgware is a well-established destination for people, and I personally, and from what I've heard from others, do not see that changing. That's the main point that I really wanted to get across. The secondary point, of course, is the increase in housing, the high density housing in that area now. It's considerable, it's continuing, and I think that people should have easy access to a supermarket. It's certainly better, I would suggest, for the environment to be able to be much closer to a supermarket and being able to get there either on foot or on bike or short distances in a car. But what we do need to do, and I know you've heard this from a number of submitters, is carefully manage what this is going to do to traffic with the access getting in and out of the supermarket. So that's about all. I don't want to take more of your time than necessary.
Okay, did you have other concerns? Traffic you've identified and discussed, and this, and it's been helpful having your information in terms of Edgware Village and the discussions that you've had there, and the two you identified with Tim's Butchery and was it Crisps? Is that the greengrocer?
Yeah. Crisp is the greengrocer, but it's more than a greengrocer. You know, the cafe there is actually a destination for people for weekends as well. So you can buy your fresh fruit and veg, but there's also a really, really good cafe there. And you've got a bakery right next door to it, and they all work really well together. They're almost, you know, symbiotic in the way that they work. And so people will go and maybe get some cheese rolls for the week from the bakery, and then go and have a slice and a coffee at Crisp, and maybe buy some meat from the butchers and a book from the second-hand shop. I have no proof of that, but what I'm saying is that there are shops there that are destination shops, and they, in my opinion, and from what I've heard from people, will not be affected negatively.
Right. Yeah, and you shop there too?
Yeah, absolutely. Far too much, actually. When I look at my EFTPOS card, I should be not going there as much as I do. But I'll be honest, I don't buy a lot of meat from Tim's. It's really expensive at the moment, meat generally. But they do an excellent black pudding, if you're into that, and their pork pies recently won awards as well. But I certainly buy my fresh veg from Crisp. And their slices are excellent. And I do get second-hand books from the bookshop too. Oh, and the Baileys, the pub. You know, there was a lovely Irishman I met on Saturday down in Edgware, and you know, where was he? Oh, he was local, and he said that he comes down to the Butcher's Apron every day or every Saturday morning for brunch, and then he goes to Baileys, which has become his second home. So. Yeah, I mean, I go to a pub quiz. We've got a pub quiz team there that, at Bailey's every Tuesday night, often in the top 5. I might take that out of 19. But anyway, so yeah, it's quite a community, and it's a strong community. And with the increased infill in that immediate area too, there are more and more going to using Edgware as a destination.
Do you do your weekly grocery shop elsewhere, or do you do that at Edgware? So you travel out?
No. I do. So I do my weekly grocery shop. I try and stay away from Papanui actually because it's so mad up there traffic-wise, but I usually go to Morehouse and I tag it onto something I might be doing in town, but I'll use one of the big supermarkets. And this is what I heard from people when I join on. We will go to the big supermarkets for our shopping as we do at the moment and still go to Edgware for the things that we need as we do at the moment. And remember the swimming pool's going in too, you know, and I've mentioned that to a few people when the Edgware pool was there in the years gone by. You know, the bakery did a great run on pies and things at lunchtime, and ice blocks and things from the supermarket and other bits and pieces. So it's a very strong area, Edgware Village.
Okay. And important to the community, as you've illustrated, and important to the community.
Yeah, very important. I mean, I was kind of a bit annoyed at this suggestion that Edgware would die and that it would become a place of ghost shops, because I thought that suggested that there isn't that incredible strength and dedication from the community. And you know, a big supermarket a kilometre away is not going to stop people from going to buy their special meat and their fruit and veg and all the other stuff that I've already mentioned. It's a far stronger established community hub than a supermarket would take away from it, in my opinion.
Okay. Did you have anything further?
I went out to Edgware last night and had a little look, and I'm not familiar with Christchurch and not familiar with Edgware, and I could obviously see it on the crossroads. I could find some parking, and then I could see that sort of almost round the back there was parking behind the Fresh Choice. Does the parking in the area get well utilised? Do people use all of the parking?
Absolutely. I mean, you can't park your car over in Fresh Choice after a certain time, and because obviously it's their parking space. There is parking down Cornwall Street. There's parking. Yes, there is. I mean, the weekends, the Chris and the main car park there, where the pub is and so forth. That is one car in, one car out. It can be pretty chocker through there, actually. But a lot of people walk. We've got a new cafe that's just gone in on the corner of Edgware Road and Sherborne Street, Cranford Street. And there's a wee cafe that's just gone in there. And they have parking for them as well. But people are walking from the cafe to the butchers, to the supermarket, to the bookshop. So, and a lot of people are walking from home too. That's what's so important about Edgware, is that it's a walkable, bikeable, scooter destination.
Now, just trying to make sure we're talking to the right person, because the submission that we were anticipating was from Ellie Allsop.
Yeah.
And that's your.
My married name.
Oh, it is, right, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I earn my money in Allsop and or earn my money in Jones and pay my bills in Allsop. So.
Oh, okay, right. And you raised concerns in your submission in terms of traffic behaviour potentially, parking. You talked about resident permit parking.
Yeah.
Concerns about.
Look, I think that's an issue the city has to look at more widely. So I don't want to get up on a soapbox on that. But certainly with the proximity of Edgware and St Albans to the central city, we are finding that a lot more people are parking on the periphery of Bentley Avenue and so forth. And going to town or working in town. So I think that further to the question that your colleague asked just before about the parking in the area, I think it works well at the moment as far as a flow goes. So on Saturday, and not Sunday so much, but on Saturdays people come into Edgware and then they drive away again. And then in the evenings, of course, there's not people working so much, so people can park. But I do think that resident permit parking is something that is going to have to be and should be considered more widely across the city, and maybe somewhere like Edgware and St Albans is a good place to trial that. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine at the moment, but there's a lot of housing going in, and some of those houses do not have garages. So there are a number of non-garaged or places to park your car in some of these units. So I think that's something for the future needs to be looked at.
Okay. Now you are in Westminster Street. I can't recall how far that is from the site.
So, well, from the Madras Street site, if Edgware's the kilometre from the Madras supermarket site, I would be half a kilometre to Edgware, 500 metres. It takes me about 10 minutes at a good pace to get to Edgware from home, 7 minutes from here. Okay. Rutland Street, the Rutland Street end of Westminster.
So the concerns that you raised in terms of operating noise and those matters, that wasn't so much a direct impact on you were concerned about? No.
No, not at all. And the only reason I raised that is I know from a previous supermarket or rather warehouse setup that a consent was given and then there was a variation made to that consent, which meant that the unloading area was very close to residents, and that brush sound and the beeping sound of a vehicle was quite distressing to residents who lived close by.
Yes, okay.
I may have mentioned in my submission the smell of cooking chicken. I don't mean that to sound silly. Someone did say to me they lived next to somewhere in the central city that cooked chickens, and it it drove her nuts. So, you know, maybe that needs to be considered. I don't know how much of a problem that might be. But certainly the noise, the unloading, the proximity to houses, hours of operation, that kind of thing.
Okay, all right, so that's helpful. You've raised these on behalf of the community, essentially, these concerns.
Some of the community,
Yes.
no.
No, indeed.
There's another part of the community that is pretty strongly anti-it and is talking about entry dying. So I just wanted to give another side to that from the people I've talked to.
Okay, all right. That's been helpful.
Very helpful, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
the opportunity.
Thank you, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, I was surprised.
All right. Now it's Ian Scott from Spoke, not here yet. It's 4:30.
Okay, we've now received an electronic version of that.
Oh, okay.